or how the attorney will be paid. But what, Mr. President, but we're hearing all sorts of things. What is the alternative solution? Should we continue and not pay these people or try to make a settlement with them? Should we allow them to continue and wallow in their suffering and their mortgages and their debt? Or should we try to assist? What is the alternative? I am yet to hear an alternative being proffered. Yet to hear, Mr. President. I see that there's sometimes a gathering of political malcontents speaking about universal basic income. Mr. President, I know that an honorable member in this chamber was part of this discussion. But I would never describe that honorable person, that honorable member, as a political malcontent. I will go further to say, the individual, obviously, Mr. President, I know you're a biblical man, and indeed Senator Rogers, obviously has had a Saul moment. Because that individual was part of this government, sat on some boards representing this government, supported this process in 2018. And all of us, with the possible exception of Senator Rogers and Senator Hunt, supported the measures that came in after this to deal with this debt settlement. At least you pretend that this is something new. We've all been here. In October 2018, we debated this stuff. But that individual was part of the process. He was part of us. It's a he, I think. It's a he. And never raised a word in opposition to this process before. That's what I said, a Saul moment. I don't know if he's biblical or not, or religious, but clearly there's been a change. Mr. President, in September, yes, Senator Franklin, in September 2018, we were going through restructuring. We discovered then that there were approximately, I believe, $1.9 million. That was the estimate then of outstanding arrears. Billion, sorry. 1.9 billion. Billion. Of which almost 250 million, Mr. President, were unpaid national insurance contributions for public officers between 2015 and 2018 by the last administration. Not a word I've heard of condemnation. Not a single word. This government is trying to say that. In October 2018, this honorable chamber approved the debt holder approval of Debt Restructuring Act and introduced Series F bonds to settle outstanding arrears. Mr. President, those Series F bonds had an issuance date of October 21st, 2018. Their final maturity, 30th of September 2022. The interest, nil. Principal repayment, payable in 42 equal monthly payments. And they had a natural disaster clause. Same as these. Yet, the world is going to disappear. Barbados is going to become annihilated. The government doesn't intend to pay anyone. The same thing we agreed to. The letter has been changed from F to J. But all of a sudden, there is all of this consternation and worry. Mr. President, those Series F bonds were entitled to settle the arrears, and as I said, it would be paid over 42 months. Mr. President, since April 2019, whatever revenue the government collected in this country, in every month, approximately $45.2 million has been paid to Barbadian individuals and firms for goods and services used by the last administration but not had been paid. In other words, we are paying the arrears. Out of the 45.2 million, 5.9 million was being paid back to NIS contributions, which were deducted from the salaries of public servants. Not a word of protest, not a word of condemnation. But we have been trained to do that. To do good. But we are to be criticized. Mr. President, in January 2020, the Honorable George Payne, then Housing Minister, presented a paper to the Cabinet of Barbados in which he showed that the government, there was outstanding compensation payable by the Crown pursuant to land acquisition in Barbados, totaling $312,569,683, not within the $1.9 billion that I spoke about. Cabinet then agreed that this matter had to be resolved, and we had to find a way of dealing with this. The Ministry of Housing and Lands and Rural Development had meetings with the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs to see how they could do a facilitation, look at arrangements to do compensation for the respective properties, and they agreed to look at how they would do it. It was felt then that they could look at using the Series F bonds, and they look at starting it perhaps from April the 1st, 2020. They recognized that financially it would be a stretch, because this would be an additional $10.4 million per month added to the 45.2 that was already being paid, and that this was going to be a strain. They still thought it was doable. Of course, there were the anticipated growth prospects and expectations that greeted us in January 2020, prior to the arrival of COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, when the pandemic struck last year, we lost $600 million in revenue, and the economy contracted by $2.1 billion. Clearly, to attempt to settle these additional arrears with the Series F could not be done. But however, Mr. President, during last year, the Office of the Attorney General also started negotiations with individuals and their legal representatives to settle long outstanding legal claims against the Crown. And there are several of these, millions of dollars again. And at the end, they looked at using the same Series F bonds, and again, we felt that this was not possible. Mr. President, in addition to all that I have said, the Unemployment Benefit Fund came under tremendous strain. And the Honorable, my colleague Senator Franklin, spoke about this in glowing, in descriptive, I almost said, and in destructive terms about the NI, National Insurance Fund. He almost said that. It had to borrow from the National Insurance Fund in order to pay 52,282 claims. The National Insurance Fund had to redeem Series F bonds so it could to lend to the Unemployment Benefit Fund to pay these unemployment persons. The cost of this was $155.5 million, Mr. President. Incidentally, and my colleague on the other side knows about the agreement to recapitalize the Unemployment Benefit Fund over time, and the agreement to start put in $50 million there. Mr. President, I mentioned the impact of the ash fall in April 2021. I mentioned Hurricane Elsa. I spoke about the need to provide for additional housing. But the Ministry of Health and Wellness, tremendous expenditure into the battle against COVID. And indeed, then we had, as if that wasn't enough, Elsa, then we had the scourge of the Delta variant arriving in August. Again, we've had to upgrade the Harrison's Point facility. We've created the home isolation. I've had to pay, I believe it is 42 doctors to be able to monitor people as long as setting up additional facilities to assess. So clearly, Mr. President, for us to try to utilize the Series F bonds, which will be maturing in September next year, would be stupid. It would be impossible. And hence we have come up with this Series J bonds to replace the Series F bonds and carry the same structure as what was agreed to in this chamber before, being limited to a fixed period and being flexible as it relates to the start date. Mr. President, there's been much crying and angst and anger and faults and I almost said hypocritical criticism and this matter of this is how public servants will be paid, they're not going to get their gratuities, they're not going to get their pension. Nothing could be further from the truth. A government that has honored all of its commitments, its current liabilities. Mr. President, we have been paying these arrears while meeting our current liabilities. And to be told that we are doing this as a way of somehow shuffling away from more responsibilities and we're going to create a system where all of your gratuities and everything are going to be paid by bonds. Absolute rubbish. And the persons who are saying so know so too. They cannot bring a shred of evidence to show that this government has done such. They cannot bring a shred of evidence. They're claiming this. It's like saying there might be a hurricane tomorrow. They have no evidence. They see no clouds. They see no calm. They see no rain. It's akin to saying that a hurricane is coming tomorrow. Mr. President, if the government was ever contemplating doing this, we had the clear evidence last year with the introduction of the BOSS. In case you forgot, the Barbados Optional Savings Scheme. It was debated in here, Mr. President. You couldn't vote. 20 honorable senators voted. One voted against it. And one, Mr. President. One. Not calling any names. And there was extensive consultation, public consultation. We met with the unions. This government knows, and my honorable colleague, Senator Franklin, has said on more than one occasion when it comes to these public service matters, he always says that the government is trying to do the right thing, but there are other forces not part of the government that are acting otherwise. Mr. President, clearly, it would have been a Herculean task if we had attempted back in 2018 to clear $1.9 million in debt. Billion, sorry. Wishful thinking, I suppose, Mr. President. I believe some of the detractors might have been feeling so too. Mr. President, with everything that is happening, just last week, BRA paid out $47 million in reverse tax credit and income tax refunds for Barbadians. This is a government that wants to pay everything that is owed in bonds. Testament to what we intend to do. Mr. President, wages, salaries, gratuities by definition, and pensions are not outstanding liabilities. They're treated as in the context, and they're not treated in the context of this debt settlement arrears bill. Those are seen as I said earlier, as current liabilities, and this government is dealing with it. Mr. President, I will say that from time to time, there are issues relating to individuals, related to their gratuities, and the timeliness of the payments. But it has nothing to do with the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury. And the honorable member, for Senator Franklin, knows that oftentimes it has to do with personnel and administrative matters within individual ministries as it relates to the Ministry of the Civil Service. And those are the issues that are involved. And I certainly hope going forward, I know the government intends to resolve those issues that occur. There are annoying issues that recur from time to time. I'm encouraging trade union leaders. And I know that in here, we have certainly among the pantheon of trade union leaders, we have one here. I know that we have a former trade unionist in here also, but I am not sure of his relationship within the trade union movement. But certainly, leaders in the trade union movement in Barbados to work within these government departments and the Ministry of the Civil Service to ensure that when persons reach the time to have their gratuities, that the calculations are done and submitted in a timely fashion. That is what we need, Mr. President. We need that sort of commitment from the trade union movement to work with us to ensure that gratuities, etc., are processed and paid in a timely fashion. Mr. President, I alluded to earlier that tossed around over the weekend the whole concept of the universal basic income, where countries, it's being discussed. It makes sense theoretically. I don't know that there is a single country in the world that has implemented a universal basic income. Where essentially, Mr. President, where you commit to giving a certain income to every member of the population. Well-intentioned, a future Barbados, a future world, where technology and robotics replace certain skills. This will happen. But this should not be smeared and utilized on the ease of the silly season to lure Barbadians into some feeling of serenity that come and whenever election happens to be called, that certain people who oppose things like this are going to come with platitudes trying to offer you a universal basic income where we'll be giving you income when you left $1.9 billion in arrears that we are struggling to come to grips with, where the country is in an economic morass. You can sit down and have a Sunday evening chat. I believe a member of the other members' chamber was in this chat too. But I know she's not part of that foolishness. I know that she understands the concept of a universal basic income. I think she understands it. It is possible. We know that Finland experimented and they have abandoned it. But it is something futuristic. It should not be seen as a decoy at this point in time. That too. That too, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I sit down, there's some matters I need to speak to. I'm not picking on the attorneys at law, but there are some issues raised by certain attorneys at law. And I need to speak to them because they've asked for information, and I think it is my duty to give as much information as possible. There's a question regarding, they said it is unclear whether the Series J bonds will be issued for an amount that includes interest for the period of the bond. And it is clear that the bonds will be issued for the amount, and it includes whatever principal and interest agreed on as arrears. So that is clear. They wanted to know if damages made by the court will be paid in circumstances where the settlement of the award is delayed and a Series J bond is issued. The answer is yes, it will be utilized. The question was, what are the circumstances in which payment will be made as previously without the issue of a bond in lieu of timely settlement? This under the policy of the BERT program. We pay any arrears that occurred prior to October the 1st, 2018 with Series F bonds, and these are now being replaced by Series J bonds. When is the debt considered to be settled? On the issue of the bond or on redemption of the bond? The answer is on the issue of the bond. Mr. President, before I close, I believe that there are certain amendments that need to be made in this chamber as it relates to this bill, and so as to make clarity, to give greater clarity, and for the avoidance of doubt. I don't know if you want me to deal with these now, or should I deal with them in committee? I'll be guided by you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think you need to make allusion to them, but in terms of formal adoption, that will be during committee.
Clause 3D, it said before outstanding liabilities of any kind of the government So we're removing of any kind, so that it will say outstanding liabilities, and all the members, this has been circulated, are outstanding liabilities of the government subject to section 5.2. On section 5.1c, again, it said initially inspect of any outstanding. Again, we're removing of any kind. And we've inserted a 5.2, for the avoidance of doubt, paragraph 1c does not apply to salaries, pensions, gratuities, or any other emolument payable to public officers or any person employed by the government. Those are the amendments that I will move at the appropriate time when we are doing in committee. Mr. President, I know we have some other matters to deal with, and with those few words, I want to beg that this bill be now read a second time. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Senator Walcott. Senator Franklin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If we were allowed to give applause in the Senate, I would have just given a rapturous applause for to the speech made by the most honorable gentleman there seconds ago. Of course, I will never deny that. But I know he has a way of taking the government's chestnuts out of the fire, you know, and I can see the way he's the most honorable gentleman. He's going to reward him for that. You know, the government found itself in a situation where the criticism was being leveled at it, left, right, and center. It was some from me. Mine was mild. I was asking for elections. Sir, but you know, when I sat here and I listened to him, sir, I said, you know, he sought to make the government the victim in this whole affair that was going on, you know, and he did it with such class, you know. You can't fault him, you know. Honestly, you know, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that speech, you know. But, you know, he said government was trying to make the wrong things right. You know, if he weren't an excellent surgeon, he could be in the theater. You can't look, politician, surgeon, and no pending comic. You know, you were classy. You know, I can't blame you. But needless to say, sir, the government is saying to us with this bill, the one that was passed in the lower house, without saying it, it was saying we broke and we can't pay you. But without saying that, you know, in words, you know, they want to issue you bonds to settle your debt. So I'm one of those people who, you know, one government apologist called me an attorney at loss. Because I didn't agree with something that the government says. But the fear of being called another attorney at law, sir, I will attempt to point out, sir, that what government has just done, the government owes people money, or what they're about to do, rather, and they are going to settle that debt with a debt. You know, because you give me a bond just simply say I owe you so and so. So it is. But what they're doing now, if I borrow money from the bank, mind you, somebody don't pay back, but if I borrow money from the bank, they charge me interest. Government borrowed money from me, and it set the terms and conditions. And when those terms and conditions, no interest, that's not fair. Mind you, this money was outstanding in other instances when Adam was, not this Adam, before he was a lad. But when Adam, the real Adam was a lad, some of this money was outstanding debt. I remember my grandmother telling me about land that took from her before I was born, over 40 years ago. And she has never been paid for it. Now she went to the great beyond in 1995, so she will never be paid for it. But the road in Spring Farm that passes her house, all where that road is, was my grandmother's property. And she's never been paid, but it was, and that was before I was born. So government is used over the years to take in people's property and not paying. And I am glad that they even consider paying people. But you can't pay me with a bond and tell me that, if I use the words of the most honorable gentleman, he says, redemption of the debt is when the bond is issued. No. Redemption of a debt should be when you get money. Because I can't take that bond to Popular and ask the other honorable gentleman there to give me some goods. So that you really didn't settle the debt. But for all intents and purposes, when you're reporting to the IMF, you will say, oh, we don't have any arrears now because all those arrears gone. That is sleight of hand. You know? You still owe this money. And you are not paying it. But you must pay people when you take people's property. And money is property. I risk of being called an attorney at loss again. I read somewhere, and my friend behind here can tell you, that courts have decided over the years that money is property, is moot. You don't even have to go and research it. No, money is property. You are taking my money. And you are giving me something, but you're taking my money without my consent, you know. And you are, so when I saw you nod there just now, I thought you would agree with me. But you're taking my money without my consent. And not even then give me the decency to pay me something for it. Because right now you're paying me today. Let's say the bond, even if the bond was something that you can tender. It's not legal tender. So let's say for argument's sake that it was. I could go and pay somebody with it. But I can't do that. And if I could give it to somebody else, I would have to sell it at a loss for somebody to make money on it. Because you're not getting any interest. If it was such that you say, look, I have a bond here for $10,000. I want to sell it to you, and you can get the interest down the road, and you keep the interest. I just want to give my $10,000. No. If you have $10,000 now, you go and give the fella, if I can give $7,000 so that he can make something on it. So it is not fair to the person. You are giving them a basket to bring water. You are telling me that you are paying me, but you're still not paying me. Because what you have given me, or what you are about to give me, I can't use. And then you give me the interest. So, I remember when I was a boy. You know, we used to go to school. The school canteen used to get a relationship with 25 Yeah, but beef stew and it's filling. Now, I can't take that 25 cents and go to a restaurant and say, look, or even a school canteen and say, I want rice and stew. Because money, unless you get interest on it, it will devalue. So $10 don't buy what $10 today, what $10 to buy before. far as 42 months down the road. Because when you go into the supermarket, and I go to supermarkets very often, and I see things, and I come back, and there's not a little 5-cent-ish jump on it, so some little dollar. So you are giving people, you are devaluing what you are giving them. First of all, if you had agreed 5, 10, 15 years ago that a person's land was worth $100,000, you're not paying them interest up all this while you are waiting to pay them. I know you're not paying them any interest for the next 42 months. That certainly cannot be fair. I understand what the government is trying to do. It's trying to make the books look good. But at the same time, it's not fair to the people of this country who the government owes. Senator Walcott, I prefer to call you the most honorable gentleman. The most honorable gentleman said that this money was owed for years, but it wasn't owed from 2008 to 2018. It was owed some of it before that. You know, so both administrations, or how many administrations there were, acquired property and did not pay for whatever reason. Some that they couldn't come to a settlement, and the government didn't bother to deal with them anymore, because I mean, you know, if you're buying from the government, if the government take your land, that land, even though you would have paid $200,000 for it, is now worth $5 million. And then after the negotiations break down, government doesn't bother. But there's a mechanism for that. You go to court and let the court decide. But either party can refer it to the court. Meaning the government can refer it to the court, or the person who is being deprived of their property. They too can go to court and let the court make a decision on the value of the property. That wasn't done. So a lot of these properties still have not even been settled, because people see a wash pan of money coming, and they hold out. So I don't know if all of these, the government might have a figure in mind, but some of them are not settled. Now, which bill should I read from? Should I read from the one that was passed in the lower house? Or should I read from the one that I got today? The one that was passed in the lower house said that the purpose of this act is to provide for the creation and issuance of Series J bonds in settlement of obligations for land acquisition, obligations for people who had cases before the court, Barbados denominated arrears incurred or assumed by the government, and the part that should have troubled every member in the other place was outstanding liabilities of any kind of the government. I am grateful that the honorable gentleman was able to persuade his colleagues to take it out, or to take out part, or not necessarily take it out, but reword it in such a way that we now understand beyond any doubt that you wouldn't be taking people's gratuities. Because the one that was passed, that troubled me. It troubled every right-thinking person, including the most honorable gentleman, that government could pay you in bonds for any outstanding liability of any kind. And we know why the trade unionists act up. Because we always get problems with people complaining that they get a gratuity. And we've been hearing talks for years how they will stop paying gratuities because the IMF said that they're good and all kind of stuff. I hear all of that. But I assure people who come to me with that, I said, listen to me. Gratuities are paid to MPs as well. And they usually get more gratuity than you. Them ain't going to give it, them ain't going to fight off that. So you don't got to worry about that. Gratuities will be paid. But some people use those gratuities to do things that they will never get a chance to do again. Because, let me give you an example. If you are working in the public service for 33 and 30 years, 400 months, your gratuity will be 25 months pay, lump sum, no deduction for income tax, nationals or anything, 25 months pay on the gross, and then your pension would be half of the salary that you would have been receiving over the last 3 years, the average of the last 3 years. So when people saw that government intended to give you bonds for any outstanding liabilities of any kind, that would panic anybody, especially people that were going home shortly. Because that 25 months pay did a few things. One, it fixed the roof. So now you can remove the little bucket. It paid for a new car or a better car than the one you have now, so that by the time the license is already stop you from getting the license, that car will still be working, and then you will pass it to your grandson or something like that. And it retired your debt, so that you could then live on that half pay, because you ain't got no more mortgage, you pay off the mortgage, you ain't got no more set of bills. The only bill you got now is light, water, telephone, and gas. It depends on how much you use. You can survive on that and buy some food. So when people saw that the government could possibly take out your gratuity because the legislation was not clear, it wasn't clear, people panicked. I can't play panic too when I get a gratuity. I might have a situation where I might have to go and take care of, my brother over there. He has these outstanding liabilities too, and they won't be able to pay them. Poor fella, yeah. So I understand what Senator, the most honorable senator, was doing, but that's trying to do a little PR for the government. And that is his job, and he does it well. But you must understand that people had a genuine fear that government could have taken your gratuity because the act said so. Not in those words, but the act said so. Take your gratuity and give it back to you at the end of 3.5 years in a bond. Now, if that had happened, no mortgage didn't pay off, no landlord said that you hadn't pay off, so now you're going home and you're on half pay. You're on half salary, but the full salary is not paying current bills now. So half would put you left. You would be in severe poverty. People like to call it genteel poverty because you stop home in your house and not say nothing, and poor. And then of course now, in terms of fixing the roof, you just gotta get a bigger bucket. And that's when the water come in, So people were jamming it, and the government saw it, realized that they made a mistake, and they fixed it. And for that, I am grateful. I don't know if it was the kind of fear that was placed in them to make them pull back, because I heard some threats to the government and not voting again, and from people who I know voted for them. So I don't think they're all fools over there, and they decided, look, discretion is the better part of valor. We will use our discretion and exempt gratuities and salaries, because it is not unheard of, because the last administration had threatened to pay you part of your salary after a certain rate in bonds. So people saw that creature creeping up upon them again. So they were generally afraid. But while Senator Walcott was explaining all the nice things that government did, he alluded to something that Senator Dretz has been asking a long time. He said the government paid 52,000 unemployment claims. If you're paying an unemployment claim, you're unemployed. And if the 52,000 out of workforce of 110,000, that was 47% unemployment. Nobody ever told us that. So I'm grateful to the honorable gentleman that he allowed us to know that there were 47% unemployment. That we didn't, so we weren't aware, and you know these things slip out. So it can only be drawing unemployment benefits if you're unemployed. If some person does that and they get caught, it is a crime, so it's up. Sir, you see me turning a lot of pages? All these pages I'm turning are my notes dealing with taking away the gratuity, if you had. 4 pages. 4 pages of reasons why you shouldn't do it. So that's what I'm saying. I am grateful because it cut my speech in half. You know? Because right now it says here, in this new bill, and that comes before us today, it says that the government will give you bonds for outstanding liabilities of the government subject to Section 5.2. So they are not and Section 5.2 says, for the avoidance of doubt, paragraph 1C does not apply to salaries, pensions, gratuities, or any other emolument payable to public officers or any person employed by the government. That puts to rest the fear that public workers had, and that put to rest my call for elections over this issue. Because I couldn't believe that a Labour Party government would do this to laborers. I was angry. But, sir, the clause itself still does not satisfy me, because it says outstanding liabilities of the government, excluding endorsements with salaries and things. But what are these outstanding liabilities? If I'm a trucker and I carry a few loads of sand for the government, there's liabilities too. So this must still be better defined or taken out, because it gives the government the right to say to people who supply them services, materials, or whatever, or we'll give you a bond. People must be certain, because I have a young assistant working for me, and I can't tell her, you know, I'm going to give you a bond next week. You work well, she works hard. She works harder than I anticipated that she would have. But I can't tell her at the end of the week, I'm going to give you something other than money. So the government should not be able to tell citizens of this country that we are going to give you something other than money for services or supplies or whatever, without telling us what these services and supplies are. I can understand obligations of the government to persons whose lands were acquired. I understand it. So you know that if the government take up my land, I ain't getting back the money in the short term. They'll give me a bond, and they can take me 3 years before I start seeing any money from it. 3.5 years. I understand that if I sue the government, mind you, I did sue the government, but the case ain't come up yet. So is that one? So when I been mine, I want Sir Walker to listen to me, because I know I sued the government, and I'm not talking about the last case. I'm talking about one that goes way back. No, I sued the government before, and this case was, I think the Prime Minister was Attorney General then. So. You know, and so when that case hasn't been settled, so are these cases, like the ones that we are saying now, even though suppose the court award me the money I'm asking, I go away and bonds for these two, or you only dealing with the old debt? I don't understand. I don't understand what this means. And then, you know, Barbados denominated arrears issued or assumed by the government. I understand what all those are. But this D is still too poorly defined for me to explain to somebody what the government is going to pay me bonds for. Mind you, with my attorney at law mentality again, I will argue that the government under section 16 of the contract, I think it's section 16, can't take up your property without compensation. But bonds are not compensation. Bonds, so again, I might even argue that this is unconstitutional. But I'm fearful of the title, attorney at law. A guy who was called me asking for legal opinions, then walking up calling me an attorney at law. You ain't even shame. And I got even recorded asking me for legal opinion, and he abusing me because he support the government. I used to support one or two. I ain't calling any names. I'm not calling any names. So then there's only one part, last part of this bill that I want to address my mind to. And it is this hurrying that I don't like when you draft in legislation. It says here in clause 6, prepayment of principal. The government may, with not less than 15 days prior written notice to the instrument holder, repay A, part of, or B, all of any unpaid principal and unpaid interest, and unpaid accrued interest up to the date of such repayment of the bond. Now, if you are telling me over on the next page that maturity is 42 months and interest rate none, how are you going to accrue any interest? You know, maybe doing things here. So I'm asking, I want to know what this means. Because I can understand if it's a court settlement, the court says you pay 6% interest. That you talking about? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Mr. Chairman, sorry, sir, Mr. President, I am opposed to this bill. I don't think that government should be paying people with IOUs. If I could pay people IOUs, I would do so myself. But I can't legislate it. And government should not be legislating these unfair practices of people. But I have to live with it. Because I can only give one vote, and the government will say yes, that they can do this and they can get away with it. But I'm warning you, you're playing with fire. People don't like to be treated like this. you got money for me, give me it. And you're giving me paper that might not be worth anything because, let's say you saw an old man in the paper a couple of weeks, last week it was, or the week before, claiming that the government owed him money for land that took up. So, I can't remember how many years it was, no. But none of us have another second put down with our lives because we can plan and go. But when you reach that advanced age, it's more likely that you can go long. So people like that, sir, I feel that even though you want to send these things down 42 months, give people their money in 42 months, those older people should still get the benefit of their monies. So if the government can see their way to pay it before, pay them. Because I ain't nobody got 3.5 years put down. And sometimes some of these people are living hand to mouth. Some in squalor. And government owe them a lot of money. A caring government that you proclaim to be should take these individual cases into consideration rather than put a blanket on all and just say this is what the act says. No act is written in stone. Even the laws that were written in stone, Moses brought them up, we had to give some more, you know that. So, but that's a fact. Moses had broken them up. You read that? And so they had to give him another set. So, these are just paper. So, Mr. President, I urge the government to treat its citizens fairly. This legislation is not. I'm much obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin. Senator Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the indulgence of being called so early. I would have indicated I had another place to be, and I am most appreciative of your consideration, sir. Sir, in 2018, when I hear the leader of government business describe what was done, I think it gives and posits an understanding of why during that period there was a lot of onboarding with regard to the proposal that was put forward by the government at the time. Fresh from victory at the polls and buoyed by the support of the populace, demonstrations and explanations were proffered with regard to the debt scenario which faced the country. Extensive consultation and communication was set forth as to the basis, and I think great efforts were made to calm whatever nerves would have been frayed by the concept of a default for the first time in the history of the nation. And we saw an exercise where the stakeholders were consulted, the social partnership was engaged, and everyone was made to understand that they had a role to play in finding the appropriate ballast for the ship, sir. I think, in all honesty, if we look at that scenario in 2018 and where we stand today, maybe there was a bit less dialogue, sir. But I am happy to see that there has been brought before the chamber an amended bill which shows that even though there has been less public dialogue, persons are listening. And if persons listen, that's always a positive sign, Mr. President. Sir, again, the leader of government business made reference to the Series F bonds. And Mr. President, this was before your time. But those negotiations for support, or the spirit in which it was done, if you go back to the 2018 bill, or the 2018 Act now, sir, Series F is referred to in two instances. Firstly, in relation to stated arrears of the government, sir, and if I can find it here, I can direct you to the appropriate paragraph, sir. And it was set out, sir, in a category of eligibility under the institutions, other institutions, Group 2. Jot down, sir. And the concept was generally, there was specific consideration, specific debate about persons, pensioners, elderly holding government paper, and it was said, it wasn't a source of great contention and discourse, and it certainly wasn't a priority, sir, that the Series F, in relation to persons who held government arrears, you will get a bond. That was it. So it was not the targeted focus of any discussion. And I think if we all now stand here and say that it was a subject of intense debate on that point, I think that may be a bit of enthusiastic description, sir. But it was certainly deep debate. At the end of the day, sir, we recognize that this gives the government room which is necessary and helps the government fulfill the mandate. Government is allowed to fulfill its public policy. The Senate is not here to impede in terms of that execution. What you find, however, sir, is when you have an execution which renders against certain rights, we expect, and I'm going to keep using this term, of active citizenship, that there is dialogue. And again, I urge that persons not be condemned for voicing concerns. There was a slip, however, that was made by the leader of government business, and rarely does he misstep, but he said the eve of the silly season, and I didn't recognize that the date was set. But having heard those words, I'm sure those who ought to hear would have heard. On that point, sir, we recognize and we appreciate the fact of the express statement with the modification of Section 5.2 that salaries and gratuities are now expressly protected. And I think that means that we now have to have a discourse as to the other areas identified. There are three, sir. Firstly, is the amounts owed as a result of land acquisition. And again, the leader of government business is correct, sir. Historically, it's an embarrassment for the country, the republic, sir, how long it has taken traditionally for persons to be compensated for land that has been acquired. That's a fact, sir. Second category, sir, is persons who have judgment against the government. This, sir, is expressly set out within the second category in terms of to whom it shall apply. Obligations to persons in respect of causes or legal claims instituted against the government, sir. And then there is the Y group, sir. Outstanding liabilities of the government subject to Section 5.2. And of course, category C, Barbados denominated arrears incurred or assumed by the government. That category, I believe, sir, was the express consideration under the Series F. So maybe it's a bit of a misnomer to say that this was done already. I think that category 3C was dealt with already. The others, let's take a look and see how the proposal is that we'll deal with them now expressly. Firstly, sir, with regard to persons or entities whose land has been acquired, the land acquisition legislation provides at section 20, a 6% interest rate. A 6% interest rate on any sum in terms of the determined value, sir. So when we see that there's a set interest rate in another piece of statute, it therefore supports the contention put forward by the leader of government business that the bonds which would be issued have to include an amount which has that interest already calculated. Because there's another piece of legislation which says you're getting 6% interest. Now, of course, if this act was a bit clearer, it would have assisted in resolving any discrepancies or doubt with regard to that process. But my understanding, and I'm sure be clarified by the leader of government business if it's not correct, is that if there is an acquisition sum, the 6% interest would be included in the value of the bond. And this, Mr. President, and we know that your love is the accounting field, sir, is supported by the legislation itself, which stipulates that there will be, if there is an early prepayment of the bond, under Section 6, prepayment of accrued interest. So the only way you can prepay accrued interest is if the value or the sum of the bond includes interest, even though the draft says that it shall not accrue interest on the bond. You see how confusing? So let me say it again. The bond itself doesn't carry any interest, but the bond value accounts for the interest which you should be awarded based on the value of the land. And I believe that deals with the persons in terms of land acquisition, sir. Sir, the second group, I call it Group B, is the one which concerns the lawyers. Now, I'm yet to see someone cry for a lawyer in Barbados or anywhere in the world, Mr. President. Albeit, we do tend to rescue societies when they find themselves at the brink. And the courts are the one who, whenever, despite all the dialogue that is hurled at them, finds the solutions to the Gordian knot, sir. And in this circumstance, sir, judgments against government will carry an interest rate which is set out at Section 35 of the Supreme Court of Judicature Act. That will be the judgment which was awarded by any court in relation to a debt. A judge has a discretion. So again, even though the bond itself does not carry any interest, the assumption is that the bond amount will reflect the value of the judgment along with the interest. But again, Mr. President, we ought not to be making that assumption. In an ideal world, sir, the basis of the calculation, even the wording of the bond, I've actually drafted one, sir, which has held up itself well. The wording of the bond, sir, is something which can be placed in the legislation for the avoidance of doubt, so as to ensure that the persons who are actually and who will be impacted will have some level of comfort as to what's coming down the pipeline. Right now, we have to rely on the statements made by the leader of government business, whom we hold in the highest regard, sir, that this will be the case as to what will be done. Sir, we spoke about the government-denominated arrears, which are incurred. Those were previously set out in the 2018 restructuring under the Series F. And of course, the outstanding liabilities of government subject to Section 5.2. We have taken care and we have said expressly, it doesn't impact salaries, it doesn't impact gratuities. What it does, however, is leave open the door to outstanding liabilities of the government, sir. There is no definition, sir, with regard to liability, so let's use the accounting preference. Something which is owed, which has accrued. So if I'm a vendor, what does this tell me, sir? We just sat down in debating another piece of legislation with regard to recognizing the need for comfort and the need to organize. What does that tell the risk person, sir, who are doing business with the government of Barbados? Sir, at the end of the day, it is an area which begs for further clarification and delineation because it could be utilized. It could be utilized in the future to say this is a liability, hold this bond. Please and thanks. Now, Mr. President, I am grateful for the government with regard to the clarification for the bar in relation to the questions asked and the fact that these questions were answered. And this ought to be commended, sir. The issue, sir, however, remains of the natural disaster clause and its invocation. Again, natural disaster, invocation, it is somewhat wide, and the rules of its utilization, even though we have incorporated the clause into some of our own borrowing, are yet to be ascertained. These things are factors, sir, which impact those who make the decisions to lend. So we have to be careful in how we wield this power, sir, if we are granting it as a parliament to ourselves. Sir, the fact of the matter is, no one can say that they do not understand the intention of government and they do not understand the purpose. But again, we find ourselves having a robust debate, somewhat reactionary, where perhaps if in an ideal world, in an ideal place with the appropriate dialogue, these issues could have been resolved prior. What I do wish to end on, sir, is that we need to give further consideration to the persons who will be impacted by these bonds. Simply saying that they will get interest, to me, sir, is not good enough. I have personally seen, and I've stated in this chamber, sir, persons who were impacted with regard to the 2018 restructuring, sir, in terms of members of the family who held government paper for a certain purpose and were unable to avail themselves to it. It hurts people practically, and we have to be mindful of it. And I heard the leader of government business say, please give me alternatives. Well, sir, I have three. Not alternatives with regard to what is being done, but efforts that the government can take to soften the blow, sir. So here they are, sir, without any economic consideration or validation. Firstly, sir, tax credit for those who find themselves having to hold this bond. Can considerations be given that they, in terms of other taxes that they may have to pay, will get a waiver if they find themselves in a situation that they are getting a bond for land which has been acquired? If we can identify those persons, we can identify some solution for them, sir. Secondly, sir, government support for utilization of the bonds on the secondary market. My very informal polling, sir, suggests that the banks, having had their fill, having had to have their write-down, may not be too eager to take up government paper in this circumstance unless there's an established customer relationship. So maybe the central bank, as it has done in the past, and this is not printed, the central bank, as it has done in the past, can be in a position to provide some form of support or solution for these bonds for individuals who find themselves having to hold them at the behest of the government. Thirdly, sir, in relation to the concessions, let us look at what is best in these circumstances. Because we say this, sir. We go to the international community and say consideration should be given for small island development states who have been impacted by lending policies and climate change, etc., and COVID. Does that not then say, sir, that we should extend these same courtesies to persons who are affected by our policy? And I will beg the government to consider, while I understand the basis for the bonds, what steps, if any, and practical solutions can be done to soften the impact of persons who would have to feel it, sir. I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President, and I will pass on your comments where I'm headed.
Please do. Please
Thank
do.
you,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you, Senator Boyce. Senator Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to speak to this bill, and I will just theme my short reflection, optics. Optics, sir. Coincidentally, today is the feast of St. Lucy in the church, and St. Lucy is the patron saint of eye patients and blindness, the blind. And when I read this bill and heard the public outcry surrounding this bill, I could not help but think that there's a very negative perception of bonds in this country. Once you mention the term bonds, people cringe. And it has a lot to do with what would have been alluded to by Senator Boyce just now with regard to persons who suffered from the fallout post-2018. There are still some persons who have not recovered mentally or have not grasped mentally the realities of what they find themselves in. You know, I have a very good friend of mine who always advised me, he's an older man, he said, you know, John, the safest thing to do is to put your money in government paper. The government isn't going anywhere. Put it there. But I believe that some persons would have received that advice as well, but now they're having second thoughts because of what they experienced. Said all of that to say, sir, that when the first version of this bill came out, and there was a public outcry surrounding what is the now well documented paragraph C of section 5, persons were very concerned, as Senator Franklin would have pointed out, about what it really meant. And I wish to thank the government for revisiting the paragraph and giving at least some clarity. But what has happened is that we know what it does not include, but we do not know what it does. It reminds me of one of Jesus' healing miracles in St. Mark's Gospel, chapter 8. Strange story. Jesus encountered a blind man. He wanted to be healed. He took him outside the city. He spat on the ground, touched his eyes, and asked him, "Can you see?" He said, "I can see people, but they look like trees." And then Jesus had to repeat the process, and then he saw more clearly. I suspect there'll be a need to repeat this process so that we can have some clarity onto what outstanding liabilities of government mean now that we know what it does not include. What does it include? We're also in the season of Advent, sir, where we invoke the memory of John the Baptist, the voice of one crying in the wilderness. And it's metaphoric in that the sense that the wilderness is not a physical place, but the wilderness is just a space where your voice seems to be the only one that is uttering a particular thing. And so John the Baptist became a voice in the wilderness of Judea in his time. And his message was one of social justice, challenging the people to repentance. And repentance doesn't mean simply saying sorry for the things you've done. but repentance in the true sense of the word in Greek, metanoia. Meta meaning change, noia being from the root nous, mean mind, a change of mind or a change of perspective. And as I listened to the leader of government business, Senator Walcott, speak to this particular bill, I could not help but shudder that what John the Baptist called for in Judea, Barbados needs. We need a change of mind, a change of perspective. Coincidentally, when John the Baptist spoke to the people, they heard him, but everyone kept asking, but what should we do? He said to the people, well, if you have 2 coats, give one to someone who doesn't have any. If you have food, share. When the tax collectors came and asked, what should we do? He said, well, stop exacting taxes from the people beyond what they owe. When the soldiers came, he said, stop bribing people and threatening people. And perhaps the question we should ask ourselves today is, what should we do? Because why I shuddered at the speech of the leader of government business is because this debt goes back 30 years in some cases. It means that we have an endemic problem as government in Barbados. This is not about particular, this is a problem we have. And it goes back to what I would have been touting all the time and challenging us to remember, that the government is not a political party. The government represents the elected officials and the Senate who are called to care for all the people of this nation. You know, in the last 30 years, we had what has been described as the golden era, one of the best economic periods in this country. In the last 30 years, we have what was described by some as the lost decade. But in doing so, many persons were accused of pilfering and getting large sums of money from big contracts. In the last 30 years, and in fact in the last 3 years, we've had one of the biggest cabinets ever in this country, with all its attendant parts, whilst going through one of the worst economic periods in this country. It is a problem of governance. It seems to be a problem where we think that some people do not matter. And when I say we, I speak of the governments for the last 30 years, all who would have presided over this. It seems as though the people only matter once every 5 years. And as Senator Boyce would have pointed out, these are people, some who are living in squalor. Some who need this money. But now it's the best we can do, I believe, in the circumstances. But it's a shame. It's a shame that we've gotten to this point. It's a shame that we have to come here now and tell people, we owe you some money, hold on to this paper. You may get something in the next 3.5 years, but if a hurricane comes, that has to be delayed. And you may get the rest of it by the end of 7 years, but if a hurricane comes, that could be 10. It is downright unfair that people have to go through this. But we understand what the government is attempting to do in the issuance of these bonds. But it's really an indictment upon all of us who have ever sat in the positions of governance in this country over the last 30 years. And so, sir, I do not have any solutions like Senator Boyce had. But I encourage us to consider the optics. Consider the optics. This is the feast of St. Lucy, the patron saint of the blind. Consider what happens when we take up the reins of government and we pursue all the things in our manifesto and some that are not there. We pursue the things to our fancy to ensure that we are re-elected. But then there are people in the country who are suffering, whom the government owes. We are quick to exact our taxes from the people. We just had the credit bill this morning, in which persons may not be able to get credit because they have not been able to pay certain bills. I wonder what government's credit rating would be like. I wonder what our credit rating would be like. The arrears going back for 30 years with 6% interest being accrued. And some of these people have died. Some of it would have been property that persons inherited from a grandparent, a great-grandfather, something. Property that would have been in their family. It was acquired, and nothing. You know, there was a lovely article yesterday in the newspaper, from one of the media sources, with a young man thanking the Prime Minister and the government for affording him the opportunity to go back to university without paying the fees that it seemed he would have had to have paid, $18,000 a year, he said. Could you imagine if this young man was from a family whose property was acquired, and knowing that that money is there somewhere? Can you imagine the trauma, the pain? This is a matter that we have to fix, sir. But it is also challenging for property owners. Some must be trembling in their shoes, wondering if their property is acquired now, when will they get their payment? See, it's a cycle that we're starting. As I said, when we look back over the past 30 years, we had some really purple patches. Over the last 30 years, a lot of money flowed through this economy. But none seem to have gotten to these people we owe. Fell into a lot of hands, I heard. A lot of strange hands. Right now we have lots of consultants. But then again, they had lots of consultants another time too. We always have consultants. And each administration would accuse the other of having consultants that they don't need. So I'm beginning to believe that not many of them are needed. But yet people who are owed by the government cannot be paid. We cannot fix this. I understand that. And we have no choice but to support the legislation that is before us. But I hope that what is taking place here evokes something in us to hear the voice of John the Baptist again calling us to metanoia. There must be a change of mind. There must be a change of the way we operate in this country. We cannot be proud of this when our own citizens are suffering for money that is justly owed them. And others come here and they receive large sums and payments and contracts and this and the next. And poor granny can't even get the few cents that are due to her. 30 years. 30 years is a long time. That's a generation and some, sir. We have to do better. This bill is a start, but I hope it is not the end all of anything. I hope that as a government, I'm speaking of future administrations, the government of Barbados will be committed to ensuring that its citizens, which are owed by the government, are properly compensated and timely compensated. You know, I know of people who, they do their little agricultural work, they have a little contract, supplying goods for the government, can't get paid. But they're hauled over the coals when their income tax is due. We have a problem, sir. It's a problem of optics. And on today, the Feast of St. Lucy, I pray that our eyes are healed so that we will make the transformation necessary to ensure that our citizens never have to endure this kind of treatment again. With those few words, I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers. Senator Hunt.
Mr. President, today's exercise is a difficult one for me. I think that the task before us all today is difficult because we are watching government or assisting government in doing what it has to do as far as outstanding obligations are concerned. But the tool by which the government is attempted to address that which must be addressed, it is not the best, might be the best thing that can be found at this time. But when we look at the effect that it will have on those to whom the legislation applies, like some of my colleagues who have spoken before have said, it does create some situations where some hardship may still visit them, where we know that the intent of the legislation ought to be to put an end to any hardship that they might be experiencing by virtue of the existence of that. I listened to the most honorable leader of government business introduce the legislation by referring to a number of significant events which have conspired against our country being able to have as much disposable income as we would all prefer our country to have. There was reference to significant reductions in tax revenues. There's the current pandemic that we're all wrestling with. Other issues which impacted the ability of persons and entities to do business and to generate revenue, like the volcanic ash, natural disasters, had the hurricane. These are realities that really cannot be denied. And these are realities which have brought additional hardships. There has been a lot of discussion, debate, a lot of hysteria to some degree out there surrounding the coming of this bill. The bill has been said by some to be intended to achieve some ends which, to my mind, sound nefarious. Of course, the object of the bill, as presented to us, says something else. Now, words matter. Words are important. I believe that words in legislation are especially important because the intentions of Parliament, the intentions of a government that brings legislation to Parliament, it must always be easily discernible so that persons picking up legislation should be able to see what was intended by the government at the time when the legislation was passed. What we do here and why we do it should be clear. And we should make sure that we are sufficiently clear by the time we put writing on paper. We should not be forced into a position as a result of public commentary on Facebook, Twitter, IG, or whatever will come to replace those platforms. And it always surprises me that there's a shortage of drafters of legislation when it is such an obviously much needed field. So when we look at this bill, purpose of which is to provide for the creation and issuance of Series J bonds, there are a number of purposes which have been spoken to by my colleagues who spoke before me. And prior to the most recent amendment, which we had shared with us earlier today, there was a vacuum of information that caused a lot of fear across Barbados. Because persons were of the belief, having been nudged in that direction, by what I think was a reasonable interpretation of the bill as it then was, into believing that their salaries or gratuities may have been impacted by this. And I'm happy that measures have been taken to clarify that that is not so. The part that deals with the purpose of the bill points you in a direction where you find that clarity. I am sorry, however, that section which speaks to purpose, because we have been told at the outset about the circumstances that have put us here and what we need to address. But I think we stopped a bit short of dealing with what is the intention as far as time or time frame? Is it that we intend to have these bonds deal with a certain economic problem created between one period and the next? If that is the case, I think that should have been clearly stated within the text of the bill. The bill speaks about being intended to enable the government of Barbados to settle its obligations due to certain persons. Those certain persons, as far as I understand it, are dealt with or are identified at clause 5.1. Persons whose land was acquired by the government under the Land Acquisition Act and no compensation has been paid or fully satisfied in respect of the compulsory acquisition of the land, and persons who had a cause, who had some judgment in court against the government. Persons falling into that second category could possibly have won a case against government and could have had interest attached to what they're owed by the government. A question which has been raised in respect of this: what happens to that interest at the point where that obligation is liquidated by the bond? Persons who have who won these claims, where interest is attached, could have expected to gain by the accrual of interest over time. Now, let's say in a particular instance, it would have taken 7 years. 7 years between the court deciding in your favor and attaching some right to get interest and when the government would have settled. But let's say now, in respect of your matter, bonds are used to meet that obligation owed to you. The bond pays no interest. Now, I would be grateful if there's a perspective other than the one I have. Because the perspective I have of that set of circumstances is that it is unfair. And I am not being facetious. I genuinely hope that there is another perspective other than the one that I have and have just shared, which is the correct perspective. As I said earlier, I'm happy that the bill does not offend the Protection of Wages Act as far as the earnings of employed people go. But for a bill so short, so small, it really has caused too much anxiety across the country, and in a very short space of time. You have had confusion caused by, well, some people are saying it is clear to them, it's obvious to them, there's no interest being paid, but yet somewhere in the text of the bill there's reference to interest. So what is the true state of things? Right? Clause 6, for instance, refers to any unpaid principal or unpaid accrued interest up to the date of such prepayment on the bonds. And that is referring to the government's ability to, with not less than 15 days prior written notice, pay part or all of any such unpaid principal or accrued interest. That clause seems to create some tension with the start of the schedule found on page 6 of the bill, which clearly indicates that no interest is being paid. Right? Now, what I'm saying is, if you are passing legislation that deals with something as fundamental as how much money individuals have in their hands, we owe it to them to be clear in how we as a parliament express what it is that we're doing. Earlier today, we passed the Fair Credit Reporting Act, where persons can have access to credit based on a credit rating, or persons may have difficulty accessing credit based on a credit rating, based on how they have in the past been able to service their debt. There are too many instances of persons being unable to service debt because they have not been paid what they're owed within a reasonable time. And unfortunately, I am afraid that there are going to be persons who, under the operation of the same Fair Credit Reporting Act we passed earlier today, they're going to suffer because they will be paid in bonds, in these same bonds. The objectives of this legislation to settle debt, I support. That persons are not even entitled to even a low rate of interest in respect of the additional inconvenience of waiting to receive what they're owed, I do not support. So, when I have directed my mind to this particular piece of legislation, it has been difficult for me because I understand the position the government finds itself in. I understand the need to do good by those the government owes. I understand the government doesn't have that many options. But I also understand the hardship that is being faced by people who have been waiting to receive what they're owed. Heard earlier today Senator Franklin talk about his grandmother's land. And I remembered part of my grandmother's land. We've lost a part of our step in St. Andrew when the road was widened. I was a child. And it is not that the house was built too close to the road to begin with.
The road built too wide.
And when I asked her about what will happen to the step, well, this is a step I like to play on.
Trauma.
I won't claim for childhood trauma. But she said, the road bigger now. We can all benefit from having a better road. She didn't want any compensation for it. But there are numerous others who have had land taken from them, who not only want that compensation, but who need that compensation. and they're unable to get it. They're unable to get it in a timely fashion. And now we're saying that when you get it, it is not even going to be with 0.5% interest on what we owe you, which would be more than the commercial banks giving them anyhow, if the money were there sitting as savings. As a Barbadian, sir, I am concerned about the success of my country. I want my government to be successful at what it does. I want that when we as parliamentarians create legislation, we do it in a way that soothes the life experience of the people of Barbados, and that we do not take them through a process that causes them to be fearful, angry, and sad. I think that the government needs to be mindful of the level of anxiety and the outcry of the people because of this small bill. Because, as we read, sir, in Measure for Measure, it is excellent to have a giant's strength, but it is tyrannous to use it like a giant. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Drakes.
Good evening, Mr. President. It's night time? 7, yes, sorry. Yeah, good night, Mr. President. You're losing track of time in this room. Mr. President, I have had the pleasure of serving in this chamber since June of 2018. And I must admit that when I saw the first iteration of this bill, it was the first bill that I would use the word I was flabbergasted by, because of how vague and generalized it was. And what it also signals is that somewhere within the corners of government's decision-making, dare I say, there's a lackadaisical approach to how economic policy is being formulated and then translated into legislation. Because if, for all intents and purposes, the government was very clear on what debt or what arrears it was trying to restructure with these Series J bonds, there would have been a level of specificity within the bill that when anyone reads it, there would have been some level of comfort. We'd have all been quite clear on the intentions of the bill, but that was not the case, Mr. President. And therefore, the level of scrutiny and the questions being raised by those outside were warranted and were justified, because the first iteration and even the second iteration of the bill, based on the legislation, irrespective of government's intent, allowed for certain liabilities by law to be included, to be restructured with these Series J bonds. But nonetheless, Mr. President, we have some amendments to the bill which do calm some of the fears that persons had as it relates to salaries, pensions, and gratuities, but they are other areas by which we still have to be concerned about. But, sir, what it also says is that government has clearly found itself in a position that it cannot, in any comfortable way, financially settle some of the obligations that it has had in the past. And based on my recollection, and I checked, under the IMF extended fund facility that we are still tied to, we are not allowed as a country to accumulate a certain level of arrears. So we have an administration who, by all intents and purposes, are finding creative ways to pay off the arrears despite not having the liquidity to do so. Because in the first report that's entitled Request for an Extended Arrangement under the Extended Fund Facility for Barbados, one of the program conditions included an indicative target that says there's a ceiling on the stock of central government domestic arrears. And I'm wondering if, because of the pandemic, that we have now seen government bring this bill to the chamber, because we may be at a place where we're heading towards the ceiling that was firstly agreed on. Mr. President, what I am also a bit confused about is how much debt are we really restructuring with these Series J bonds? How much debt? When we restructured the debt in 2018, 2019, we knew the arrears was, as was stated earlier, about $1.9 billion. Even with the BOSS bonds, governments noted that they wanted fiscal space of about $100 million. So there was some nominal value attached to the bond issuance in both respects. But, sir, I am finding difficulty in understanding what is the level of arrears that the government is trying to restructure with this piece of legislation. Sir, when we first signed on to the IMF program, projections for arrears, all domestic, for 2020-2021, the arrears for that year, projections were $445 million. For 2021-2022, it was $270 million, and then for 2022-2023, $75 million. So I find that interesting because in the last central bank report, the last quarterly report, the public debt that was outstanding, and there are various categories as it's related to domestic debt. There are two classifications that, when reading this bill, I highlighted. The first was there are other domestic debts that are approximately $2.1 billion, and that is just classified as other, and that is outside the monies owed to the central bank, commercial banks, the national insurance companies, and the like, the financial institutions. Then there's a category called other debt. So of the $8.8 billion of domestic debt, we have this category called other. That is $2.1 billion. Then we have, Mr. President, a category called domestic arrears. Domestic arrears in the last quarter, based on the central bank's reporting, was $34.6 million. Based on how this legislation is drafted, I can assume that these other debts that have been rolling over year on year could possibly be included for restructuring by these Series J bonds. So is it that we are restructuring a few $100 million, or is it that we have the ability to restructure almost 1/3 of our GDP? Because if it is that these other debts are included at $2.1 billion, and the economy is only now $6.6 billion, that is essentially 1/3 of our GDP. And those, Mr. President, are completely different numbers when we are talking about restructuring. So I just would like some clarification. And I'm not sure if I will get it, because as the previous senator who spoke noted, this legislation does not have a time component. The first bill noted that the purpose of this act is to provide for the creation and issuance of Series J bonds and the settlement of, and it went on, but it noted that it was in relation to debts before the 30th of September 2018. Right now, we have no reference, Mr. President, to a time component for these debt settlement arrears. So is it that we're also, Mr. President, restructuring future arrears? So things that we don't even know that we will owe in the future, we are just applying these Series J bonds to, which I find, frankly, a bit dangerous. Because what essentially the government is doing with this piece of legislation is having a blank rolling IOU for any debts that it can occur in the future, with the exclusion, obviously, Mr. President, of salaries, pensions, and gratuities, or any other emoluments payable to public officers. But there's so many other persons that have liabilities owed to them by the government. But sir, then we have the terms and the leader of government business in all of what I would call his youthful exuberance. youthful exuberance. Noted that these bonds were similar to the Series F bonds in the restructuring. And that is fine. But because something is similar to a previous instrument does not take away the pain that the instrument caused at the time. So because we have precedents does not take away the pain that many persons who would have, I'm going to get to these solutions, you're not going to like them, who would have suffered under the national restructuring, debt restructuring exercise. So sir, if, for instance, someone who falls into the category of a person whose cause or legal claim instituted against the government has not been satisfied, which could be in the case of, let's say, a personal injury. And that person, Mr. President, has medical bills, they probably have to go to physiotherapy, they need medication, and all these other things that go along with sickness, Mr. President. And the court awarded that person, let's say, $50,000 with some attached interest. When the government then turns now to give that person these bonds, these Series J bonds, they are not going to get that payment in a lump sum. They are now going to have to wait 3.5 years when the bond is issued, the maturity date. They're going to have to wait that time frame first. And then, over the next 3.5 years, bit by bit by bit by bit, over the 42 months, pending there's no freak storm, to have this money paid to them, which will, I am sure, not going to be sufficient to cover, sir, their medical expenses. And there then has to be the question, if that is not the intention, to make those types of persons be disadvantaged, then there must be some sort of exclusion for those individuals. So we have, for the avoidance of doubt, for things like salaries, pensions, and gratuities. But there's still doubt as it relates to things like medical injured persons. Mr. President, there's also doubt as it relates to the consideration for smaller types of arrears. So, for instance, if you are a small business and you are doing transactions with the government, could it be, Mr. President, that for arrears, let's say less than $25,000, irrespective of what they may be, are those persons excluded from the Series J bonds? Why would I have to wait 3.5 years to be paid $25,000? But no such provision is made in this bill. And on top of that, there's also doubt as it relates to things like value-added tax returns, income tax returns. All of these things, there is still doubt. So, yes, we have clarification for certain areas, but not for some. And then, Mr. President, what is still in doubt is for persons who hold other types of bonds, other instruments. There's no exclusion for them. So if you, in good conscience, and given that the country needed assistance at the time, you signed up as a good servant, public servant, for the boss bonds. When those bonds are due, could it be that those are included in this restructuring? Could they apply, Mr. President, to this bill? The bill does not state that they're excluded. So for intents and purposes, are they included? If the government finds itself in a position, and I started to add up, Mr. President, when those bonds are due, I believe, 2024. And Mr. President, there's no time frame, as I said before. So these could be future arrears. So when the boss bonds mature, can the government say to those persons who willingly said, I will help the country out, I will assist, I will play my part, I will make the sacrifice? Are those persons included? Does this bill speak to those types of future arrears and liabilities? And Mr. President, what also has me a bit disturbed is that I have tried to find another jurisdiction that has used bonds in this way, where there's very little information in relation to the amount of debt you're trying to restructure, and also another country who has legislated the restructuring of future arrears. If someone can tell me, please, let me know. But I haven't found any other country that has done this. So I am asking these questions because, yes, clarification was given, and I don't know how this, well, the first iteration of the bill, or the bill that was passed in the lower house, Mr. President, I do not know how persons in the lower house sat, read this bill, and allowed it to pass without asking these questions, given the wide-ranging effects that it would have on people who elected you. But Mr. President, I move on. Because the bill, I assume, is also a symptom. It is just a symptom of a larger problem that we have. Because despite the government borrowing, as we've done, we are now in a position where we're struggling to meet arrears and what would seem to be also recurring obligations in the near term. Because what we're also doing, we're not saying that the maturity date on these bonds is 1 year, but 3.5. That is almost, in some instances, a full political term. The convenience of it all. Sir, when I talk about this being a symptom of a larger problem, the government likes to talk about the amount of foreign reserves that we have. I believe the gross is about $2.5 billion. But it is instructive that sometimes we don't just look at the number that is being touted in the public domain. Because the central bank's last report stated that we received external financing of $510 million, a blend of multilateral lending and IMF SDRs. But our reserves, Mr. President, only increased by $204 million. So we were lent $510 million, but our foreign reserves only increased by $204 million. So essentially, there was an outflow of just about $300 million, even with external financing propping up the reserves. So what is happening is that even though we are getting assistance, the rate of foreign exchange coming in is lower than the rate of foreign exchange going out. And that is the type of information, Mr. President, that is more instructive than telling us the gross amount. And if that is the case, Mr. President, we must also be clear on the timeline of the extended fund facility. That ends next year. So the question has to be asked, how are we going to manage the country once that program ends, given the regular or interval top-ups of foreign exchange coming into Barbados? If it is also anticipated that full recovery is not going to be next year, but in 2 or 3 years' time. So we have a pending crisis on our hands that, by and large, no one has really addressed. Because if we are living on borrowed money now, the borrowed money ends next year. The anticipated growth for the country is not expected to return pre-2019 levels until about 2023. What is the plan in the interim, Mr. President? Is it that we're going to enter into another IMF program? But that may not be politically favorable on the eve of the silly season? No, Mr. President, as a concerned citizen, I am raising these questions. Is it that We're going to have some type of bilateral agreement with another country, Mr. President, now that we are a parliamentary republic, and we're going to repackage the debt on more favorable terms. Mr. President, these are the critical questions that we have to start asking, because we are in a position where we cannot afford we cannot afford, Mr. President, our current level, our current standard of living in Barbados. And that is just a fact. Sir, and this is not me being an alarmist. I read recently, sir, an UNCTAD article called Small Island Developing States Need Urgent Support to Avoid Debt Defaults. And we know, Mr. President, we cannot default on our debt that we just restructured, because then all of the concessions that we were given, we would no longer be eligible for. So even in terms of the debt defaulting, that is not something that we can contemplate. But sir, that article stated that a country is considered debt stressed when three key indicators are considered high. The first is the total debt stock, which Barbados is at about 146% of GDP, debt to GDP ratio. The current account ratio in relation to GDP, which for Barbados is 14%. Then there is the government interest payments in relation to government revenues, which for us moved from 8.4% in the last financial year to 13.4% this year. And based on those indicators, Mr. President, countries are ranked either moderately distressed, high distress, or very high distress. And sir, I am not saying this. That's what the research showed. Barbados was ranked as being very high distressed in relation to debt. So that is why I said this piece of legislation that we are debating is just a symptom. It is just a symptom, Mr. President, of the larger problem that we have. And Senator Rogers noted in his presentation that John the Baptist was the one crying out in the wilderness. And I will be honest with you, Mr. President, that's how I feel standing up in here sometimes. Because of the culture of politics, when persons have to say or propose alternatives, it is seen as though you are playing some kind of political game. But it really and truly, when I stand, Mr. President, that is not the intention. Sir, it was asked, what are the alternatives? And I made a note. The alternative is very simple, but politically difficult. And I've stood here many times and I've said it. But I'll say it in this way so that the leader of government business, he may understand it, given he's a surgeon. The government has to cut the fat. You have to cut the fat. The milk and honey is no longer flowing. And in cutting the fat, you have to stop the political patronage to the party faithfuls. Stop awarding the excessive contracts. Stop duplicating departments. Stop the square pegs and round holes. Stop with the vaccine gates. Stop with the projects that only go to certain contractors. But that won't happen because that's just the way it is. even in a time like now, when we are in the deepest economic crisis that this country has faced, we do not have the political maturity to have a real conversation with the citizens of this country, whether they support the party or not, because we will all suffer if we do not get this right. And if the government needs any examples of what it looks like to cut the fat, just look at St. Lucia. Last year, St. Lucia's cabinet decided that they were going to take a pay cut of 75%. I am yet to see any minister, even on their own volition, say to the country, I will step down from my ministry because I am in this with you. Even the persons who get in the Series J bonds that now have to wait 3.5 years. We talked about moving to a republic, and the symbolism is important. Show us the symbolism. Show us that real change is actually possible. Show us that we can trust governments to hold to their promise after the campaigning is over and you retain the reins of government. Because a lot of persons, Mr. President, have lost hope in the political process. They feel they get two sides of the same coin at this point. And this administration now has a chance to show us differently. Sir, the future of this country depends on what we do now. And I am not convinced when I go to sleep at night that we have the political maturity to make the hard decisions and do the right things for us to move to a better position and have a clean slate moving forward. There's a lot of baggage around that we don't want cut loose. A lot of cultural baggage that we don't want to cut loose. But John the Baptist in the wilderness. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drakes. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, after listening to my colleagues, my first thought was, will all Lord be in trouble? But everybody talking, there's an unknown amount of debt being dealt with by the bill because it's not declared. There's no intention, or the intention isn't clear. There's no time component, so the bill may be dealing with future liabilities. We have a situation with the legislation of other bonds speaking to interest, making provision for interest, but this one doesn't. We have a bill that basically gives the government a limitless and unfettered pass to pay bonds for every debt it has whatsoever for however long. So, and this is what I picked up from listening to the other senators this evening, sir. And then we have basically an admission from the government that the bill that was sent to us initially and that was passed in the lower house had a flaw, because then we had a major, almost reactionary amendment that provided that you couldn't touch the public servants' salaries, pensions, gratuities, or any other emolument payable to public officers, or any person employed by the government. The fact that that hit my email at 3 o'clock this afternoon, when I couldn't look at it because I was at dealing with another matter. But the fact that it hit at 3 on the same evening or afternoon that we are debating this bill speaks to, I think, what Senator Drake spoke about the bill being drafted in a lackadaisical way. Something like this, Mr. President, should have been done better. The government, to use the Prime Minister's words overseas, has to do better. This bill hurt my belly. I could not understand where it seemed as if it was coming out of the blue. No preamble, no lead up, no announcement. But we have this bill, which in essence, in the middle, basically, of persons waiting to be paid, they're being told, not asked, they have to take bonds. Now, I, like Senator Rogers, I don't have the solution. As usual, Mr. President, though, I have questions. And as usual, they will take the form of perhaps more legal questions. It is all well and good to say you're issuing bonds to pay people, but if the bonds don't mean anything more than the paper that they're on, have you really paid anybody, or are you satisfying something else? And is that fair? I felt like I was being bullied. I felt like a situation was being forced on me without giving me an opportunity to be heard. Now, you will argue you can't let everybody speak, but I will argue that my situation is one that you need to give me an opportunity to be heard. This bill has no exemption clauses. It does not make provision for, but what if, or we didn't think about this. That concerns me, because it cannot be, Mr. President, that transitioning to republic means that we are heralding a new form of governance where we are to be bullied and forced into positions that, in essence, don't help the individual or the business, but allow the government to circumvent something. Now, this bill caused real confusion on social media. I don't really follow social media, but my WhatsApp was hot. I believe this amendment that we received 3 and afterwards was a direct response to the potential confusion that seemed to be brewing among certain unions. You were hearing about striking and calling out the people to march, and you know how certain people go. But what bothers me is that it left the other place in the condition that it was in. To come up here to have to be cleaned up, when it is more that place than this place, save or except a few that have been announced, that are representing people for real. Others in here are aspiring, or will be, or want to be, or soon will be, or whatever. But I don't think anybody in here has a seat yet. How you let that type of bill get here? Where you had a bill that had the potential of, the way it was worded, the government could pay everything with a bond. And this is in an environment where bonds have been issued already for other programs that the government put in place, as we were ably reminded by Senator Drake. And I will not pretend to understand that world. You gotta speak slow and in English for me. Economics is not English for me. Break it down. But as I understand it, those bonds have been issued, but they have not yet been They're not yet mature. So there's no payout arising out of the issuing of the bonds. I really would say it. I will stand corrected if I'm wrong of my understanding. But you're issuing J before you show us that F worked. How that working out? We're supposed to trust you, but you brought a bill that coming up on in my vehicle to get here this evening, I listened to the most honorable leader of government business. He was clearly making his point with I'm going to say venom, but not, he seemed quite forceful. That's the word I will use for the record. He was forcefully making his point. And he was talking about all the things the government had done and all the things that had to be paid for. And he's going down the road, but this bill appeared. We didn't get a preamble, we didn't get an explanation, we didn't get a heads up. It is still to be understood what is to be paid by these bonds apart from all liabilities, as Senator Drake has indicated. But the way that legislation has evolved in this country recently, particularly within the last 3 years, you usually can get an indication that something is coming that will be unpopular. You see the vending bill? Everybody, every man jack made a contribution to the vending bill in both houses. Because that was a seminal piece of legislation. We are to be followed in the region. It was a great bill. That's what the senators and the people in the other place said. So everybody spoke. This one, but if you didn't looking for it, you wouldn't know it had happened. You wouldn't know that it had left the lower house. I don't even know if there was any debate. And if there was a debate, it was almost let me put that. I don't know how they're going to type that. So I will say little to no debate. Same thing happened with the severance payment amendments recently. When you kind of slip in this amendment to address something almost a year to the day that it was debated last year. It had to be sorted out by the 31st of May this year. We debated it in what? May? June? What was before May? April, May. It was a year later that the tribunal was now being set up when I talked about it the year in front to deal with the persons who were claiming severance under the sunset legislation. And I argued then, how are we dealing with something that's finished because it had an end date of August 31st? So how were we dealing with something that had an end date of August 31st, 2020 in May or June 2021? But again, that was going to be an unpopular matter because the people in this country were picketing the hotels because when they went to NIS, they couldn't get their severance because NIS wasn't set up. So you didn't hear about the amendments till we got in here. And then thereafter, there was a blackout in the media about it. No coverage. None. Unless you watch the video, there was no coverage. But that's okay, because it's on the record what was said in the chamber. So that's okay. Those who do what they do know what they do. I hope they can answer to what they do. So we have this legislation that slips in. It's almost like you want to let it come in and nobody will notice and it'll be passed real quick. But I do not understand for the life of me how anybody could still feel that that is what happens in this particular Senate. Not this the one that is made up with the likes of Senator Franklin and myself, who have made it clear from day one contrary to the comments of a senior government official that the Senate is to rubber stamp, not us. We're not rubber stamping anything. We're going to ask questions, we're going to object, because the government isn't always right. We have seen that. They made an amendment on the spot, and then we had the safe zones that gone back to the drawing board. But when you're dealing with things like this, you should deal with it differently. The people in the other place have, to my mind, a moral, and I would even like to say a legal responsibility to do better. Anyway, Mr. President, I'm going to speak to the bill generally, and I'm going to look at specifics as it relates to the law. I know Senator Boyce dealt with a few things, and even Senator Drake's touched on some matters, but I'm going to get a little more specific to help, hopefully, the review of this bill. Up until 3 o'clock this afternoon, Mr. President, the objects and reasons section of the bill, which stated that the bill will enable the government of Barbados to settle its obligations due to certain persons and make provision for the creation and issuance of Series J bonds to those persons, was misleading because it was everybody that was affected by this bill. It wasn't just certain persons. And that happened because of that clause that said all liability. So it wasn't just certain persons. It was everybody. But I really would like to understand, and I think it was Senator Rogers that spoke about optics. And I don't know if me saying what I'm about to say is the context within which he used the word, but I'm using the word from this perspective. We are doing these Series J bonds because the government doesn't have the money to pay its bills, and it wants to sell its debt. But help me to understand, and this is a genuine request, how you're telling the country that we're doing Series J bonds to settle debt, some of which goes way back. But we have a garbage can policy, or program, that's the word, program. We're rolling out these fantastic garbage cans. That my understanding, my information is an $8 million project. Optics. Or we have the very beautiful, I haven't been there, I've heard everybody talking about Golden Square. How much did that cost? Optics, Mr. President. I'm just asking. I don't know if I'm talking about money that is only for over there, and this money is from over here. For me, all is money that the government's spending. So why do we need Series J bonds? And why do we need Series J bonds for the things that we need them for? And why are we not seeing provision for exemptions? I go on. We were told, the government, at clause 4 of the bill, the government shall create Series J bonds on the terms and conditions set out in the schedule. I don't even know if that's still what it says in the new one, because as you know, sir, I came in this evening. So, with the use of shall, it means that whether we like it or not, it's the same thing. Bonds coming. It's a high-handedness that concerns me. And the vagueness of the bill does not allow you to fully grasp what the problem is. So you don't know, you haven't been given the benefit of the details, but you're being told this is what's happening, whether you like it or not. So as in subclause A, the bonds created under Section 4 shall be issued to a person whose land was acquired by the government under the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 228, and no compensation has been paid or fully satisfied in respect of the compulsory acquisition of the land. But there, Mr. President, up to last week, I believe it was Senator Greenidge who was saying there was somebody that was owed money for many, many, many years that should not be paid by bonds. They should be paid by cash. because of the length of time that the person was owed. To me, that's a fair assessment and a reasonable statement in the circumstances. The trouble is, notwithstanding those 2 points, there's no provision in this bill really for that to happen, or is there? Where is the exemption? But even in the water bill for the residential, there's a relief committee. Mind you, I still waiting for them to come back to deal with the commercial. Y'all promised me that to come back in October 2018. But that's another topic for another time. There's even provision for relief for water if you have a problem. There's no provision for somebody who, according to Senator Greenwich, and he would know this is his area, this is his thing, this is what he does, owed money all these years. You want to pay them bonds, which in essence is 7 plus 2 minimum. Senator Rogers said 10. But 3.5 and 3.5 is 7. 2 for natural disaster. So that would be comfort to a fool if the person has been working for 30 years though. And we have situations, and I'm sure Senator Greenwich could bear me out, where people have died waiting to be paid for their land acquisition. I have a client like that. So this bond thing, J, some people are calling it joke, some people are calling it junk. J, Series J bond according to the bill. But we got people that are owed money for years. It is irrelevant, as Senator Greenwich said, which administration has been responsible. The fact remains the person has been owed money for a number of years. It cannot just be a across-the-board situation. It has to be that some consideration is given to persons who have been waiting for this long. You know, I can't remember who mentioned it. You take the property, you acquire it. There's provision for compensation, but you don't get any. Section 16 springs to mind, Section 16 of the Constitution, which deals with protection from deprivation of property. It can't be that the government is trying to encourage breaching of a constitutional section where our rights, our fundamental rights, are enshrined. So that's another thing. You see this uncertainty and this clashing where one piece of legislation says one thing, but then this now puts a different slant. So then you have uncertainty. Before your time, Mr. President, with due respect, I kept saying you cannot be passing laws that are vague. You cannot pass laws that are not clear. Not that you cannot, because we've been doing it in here. So you should not pass laws that are vague. You should not pass laws that are not clear. And you shouldn't just say yes because you're supposed to. Send it back. Fix it and bring it back. It's unconscionable, Mr. President. It's disturbing. It's worrisome. Then I move on to Clause B. The persons that are affected by Clause B would be a person whose cause or legal claim instituted against the government has not been satisfied. Mr. President, this clause crawled my skin the most. And I say scrawl my skin on purpose. And there are at least 10 lawyers in the other place. I don't understand how this clause came out here this way. So, Mr. President, you have a person who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, or who fell from a faulty chair at work and has serious injuries, has been away from work for months, or worse, has been declared medically unfit. Will they be paid their rightful and lawful compensation by bonds? If you ain't working and you don't have medical insurance and you don't deal with NIS you're not getting loss of earnings? So how are you paying your mortgage or car payment, Mr. President? What about physiotherapy? I think Senator Drake spoke about that. How are you eating? How are you buying the crutches, the neck brace, the back brace? How are you paying for the transportation, the taxi, to take you to and from your medical appointments because you can no longer drive? How? And if you're like me, you can no longer look back. You have to use your rear view mirrors. If you're hit like me, you're hit so hard that two of your vertebrae are not out of line. There are certain things you can no longer do. Other people have to do them for you. And in the early stages, you have to pay people to help you. Clean, do the gardening. And if you're the main breadwinner, what happens to your family, Mr. President? You can pay them with bonds? Oh, and what if your injury causes you to need a wheelchair? How are you paying for the wheelchair? And what if your house needs to be retrofitted with a ramp? Or you need to retrofit your shower to accommodate you in a wheelchair situation? Or you need somebody to help you bathe, comb your hair. Even if it's for the 15 minutes that the Prime Minister said we're supposed to be doing now to conserve water. You can, how are you paying it with bonds, Mr. President? What if you need to change your vehicle to accommodate your wheelchair because you were driving a Mini, now you need a Jeep? What if you need to pay for that, the company that has the mechanized back part for your wheelchair to be lifted in and out? You have to pay for that. None of these services can be paid for with bonds. And then, Mr. President, what about interim payments? The Supreme Court Civil Procedure Rules makes provision for applications for interim payment, which usually arise and for which orders are granted when circumstances dictate, and it is confirmed by medical and financial evidence that an injured party needs urgent financial assistance and cannot wait until the matter is concluded. Or you may have a person who needs an interim payment because their claim cannot be settled until a doctor does a final medical report, but the person's treatment is required to determine if they will ever get better or to what extent they will get better. How will the government comply with such an order? It cannot possibly be with J-bonds. A person who has applied for an interim payment is usually seriously injured and may need something like 24-hour nursing. A nurse can run you anywhere from $10 an hour to $50 to $100 an hour if they're specialized and they have to do injections and administer medication. 24 hours a day means 24 hours a day, which usually means two shifts of nurses every day. And the person who fell from the chair may need dry needling therapy, warm pool therapy, traction, massage, the works, two to three times a week. You cannot pay them by bonds. And these are the people to whom Clause B refers. So, the government may need money, but you shouldn't, because they did it already, be writing these generalizations and sweeping clauses without making provision for persons I just described. And those persons I just those types of care that I just described was consummate of a couple of clients and myself, Mr. President. Another question I would like to know is if the government is going to pay special damages with bonds. Special damages are things that are quantified with receipts and bills. Are they going to pay those? Because a personal injury claim consists of general damages, pain, suffering, loss of amenities, and special damages, that which can be quantified. How are you paying? If you are somebody who's been home, you haven't worked for a while, how are you paying with bonds? How you bring this legislation like this? You're supposed to have more than enough people who are supposed to be able to inform how legislation like this, if it is deemed to be necessary, should come to the people and certainly come to the Senate. And I heard a lot about lawyers. Lawyers get hit a lot today. But I am going to be the one to say, I, Monique Cité, I hope that this does not mean that you are purporting to pay lawyers for personal injury claims with bonds. You're looking after the public servants with their salaries and their emoluments and their pensions. Do not be trying to tell me you're trying to pay lawyers with bonds for work sometimes that goes on for 10, 15 years with no payment because the person cannot pay until the claim is settled. And then the person who's paying the compensation is supposed to cover a portion of the legal fees. I said it. I'm not sidestepping it. There are some lawyers who only do personal injury matters. You can't do this. And I'm surprised with the number of lawyers in the other place how that was allowed to come here like this. Now, I've talked only about the personal injury, but there are other claims because public servants and other members of the society can receive compensation, for example, under the Employment Rights Act. You are unfairly dismissed. You're found, the employer, in this case the government, is found to be liable. You're going to not pay somebody their damages, or you're going to try to pay damages in bond. But the situation with the Employment Rights Tribunal right now, by the time their matter is heard, they've been already waiting for 5 years. Senator Franklin can back me or longer. So how is it that this falls under the category of claim, Mr. President? What do you mean? What does the government mean? No. So while you think you've avoided a bullet, figuratively, by covering pensions and emoluments and so on, compensation for unfair dismissal doesn't fall into that category, Mr. President. No. So they still will be affected. So, Mr. President, we have a situation where that needs to be reviewed, Clause B. Clause C now says, in respect of any outstanding liabilities of the government. Now, that's an all-encompassing, all-embracing phrase. I find it, to use, I agree with Senator Drake, it's dangerous. How is this okay? We have a situation where people who have offered goods and services would have done so in good faith, expecting to be paid. Then there's a unilateral change in the terms and conditions of their arrangement with government, and government can just come and offer Series J bonds, and they're paid. Meanwhile, they're waiting on that money to inject back into their business, to pay salaries, to pay their VAT, to pay their income tax, to pay whatever. How is that okay? How are we promoting a breach of contract? How is that okay? You're causing businesses to collapse. You're telling businesses don't do business with the government. In an environment where you said that with BERT, you have to pay your debts within a certain time. That's not happening. But then you come with Series J bond and you telling people that that's how they're going to be paid without them being able to say, well, listen, my mother, I need this money because my mother is ill. I need this money because I haven't had any money coming in because of COVID. The government says their buzzword is that they care. This is not a caring bill. This is a scary bill for me. And the thing about these bonds is nobody don't want them. The banks don't want them. You can't pay the bills with them. They don't kick in for 30, 42 months. What are you supposed to do with them? You know what it is? We call that in my world paper judgment. You have a judgment, but it has no value. It has no worth. It is just the words and the numbers on a piece of paper.
Sir?
I feel.
Mr. President? Just on a point of order. I guess this is a point of elucidation. It is not the case these bonds don't kick in until 42 months. The principal is repaid monthly. So holders of the bonds actually get a monthly cash flow in cash.
After 42 months.
Senator Day.
But let me answer that. They don't kick in until 42 months. You start, and then you wait another 42 months to be paid. Have you ever tried to be paid $100,000 but $300 a week?
Senator Walker, what do you raise?
Point of order. Mr. President, the honourable member is misleading this honourable chamber. No one has to wait 42 months to be able to benefit from these bonds. The Series F bonds, these are similar. No one has to wait. Persons have been, with these bonds are being redeemed by the central bank and deposited in person's account. I will deal with it.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Day.
You know, they got people that feel that interrupting will stop the flow, but I do this for a living. Let the games begin. As I was saying, this bill, as far as I'm concerned, is unfair. As far as I'm concerned, this bill needs to be reviewed. The government has already started the process with bringing an amendment today for today. I encourage the government to continue reviewing the bill before it is put to the vote. It has areas of concern, and we all know that the government will take it, pass it, promise to get back to it, and never do. I said it earlier. I'm still waiting on the further amendment to the Barbados Water Authority bill that was promised. We debated in, I think, July 2018. We were supposed to come back October 2018. We just had October 2021. Mr. President, I'm not one to speak in this Senate unless I have something to say. This bill disturbs me. This bill needs to be reviewed. The government needs to continue reviewing. The people who are supposed to be minding the people's business need to mind the people's business. Thank God the Senate is here for the public servants to some extent, that we got this amendment done. So we still got to send it back. So we finish reviewing and send it back complete. Deal with the things properly. And first of all, before we start talking about send it back, establish if it's even necessary. Because if I listen to all the people who know, the economists, the priests, and St. Lucie, and everybody, you know what I mean. It was not meant to be disrespectful. There's something wrong with the bill. It needs to be reviewed. Mr. President, you know what? This is a bill that only a handful of businesses can afford these bonds. And I feel it's the same businesses that the members for St. James Central and St. Andrew referred to when they were quarreling in the other place. Only a few people can say, no, wait, our money so long. Pay the people, find a different way, or cut the fat, or get real. So, in closing, Mr. President, I wish to categorically state I do not support this bill in its current form. Instead, I say big stoops, small stoops, wide stoops, long stoops, tall stoops. Are you serious, stoops? You cannot be serious, stoops. You should be ashamed, stoops. No. I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator J. Senator, His Honor Senator Greenwich.
Mr. President, I didn't want to speak on this topic, but I've literally been called out. And Mr. President, let me say that I do not envy the Prime Minister. I do not envy our Prime Minister at all. This is not the easiest time to be Prime Minister of Barbados. It is not the easiest time to be the Minister of Finance in charge of an economy such as ours. In fact, I believe that that is something which literally runs through the entire Caribbean. It's not easy at all. And I listened to Senator Drake's, and I heard the way in which she made her point, the way in which she spoke. And she did so with an aura of confidence. And the way she did it, you know, this exuded from her as if she was saying, here are the reasons why this government has problems. And then she ended up, towards the end, she said, and let me give you the solutions. And she did give a couple of solutions, which she said that you would cut the fat, cut the political patronage, stop having these square pegs in round holes, and giving projects to certain contractors, and show real change, and the need for political will to do the right thing. And she went on and on. She just stopped short, sir, of saying, if I were Prime Minister, I would do a better job. She stopped short of saying that. But sir, I say that it is so easy for an opposition to say, government must do this and government must do that. There's no one in this chamber, Mr. President, I believe, who is more versed than Calypso. Oh yes, one person who is more versed in Calypso than I am. And just about 3 weeks ago, I was leaving home in St. Philip, and I was going to Belmont Road. And this is when I got to about Well House in St. Philip. Coming down the road, Calypso started to play. By the time I got to Bussa, I think only 2 Calypsos had played. Those 2 Calypsos were so long that I traveled St. Philip, St. George, right to be only 2 Calypsos played. And sir, there were two calypsos by the same calypsonian, back to back. And that calypsonian's name, sir, is Crazy. And the first calypso he sang was In Time to Come. That calypso had about 20 verses. And the second calypso was When Crazy Becomes Prime Minister. And I listened to that one. And you know, Crazy said when he becomes Prime Minister, every citizen in Trinidad will get $1 million. Crazy said when he becomes Prime Minister, every man in Trinidad will get a motor car. Says when he becomes Prime Minister, civil servants wouldn't have to work. And you know, I said to myself, you know something? And the point about it is that the way in which Crazy was singing and making his points, it sounded so feasible, so attainable, so possible. It is so easy to say, if I was the leader, I would do this and I would do that. But I said to myself, you know why he could afford to say that? Because he knows he will never be Prime Minister. He will never have that job. And I'm not saying this to be facetious or anything of the sort. In fact, I would more be saying this to be motivation to someone like Senator Drake. I think she has a lot of ability, and we say that a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step, and maybe one day she'll make the step and do the right thing. Senator Franklin said in his contribution that, I think Senator Drake made the same, that we are trying to make the books look good. That we are in an IMF program and we're trying to make the books look good. But it is no secret that government is involved in an IMF program. Everybody knows this. And there is no secret either that there are certain stipulations that you must follow when you are in an IMF program. And one of such stipulations is that government has to bring its domestic debt under control. That's the fact. And Senator Drake, she introduced the whole question of our borrowing. And she anticipates a crisis from next year, she says. Now, one thing I've realized is that where our borrowing and our management of the loan and so on, where all that is concerned, that at every stage of its IMF program, the Barbados government has been commended for doing a good job, every stage of the program. And indeed, since becoming involved in the program, we have not heard a single negative remark from IMF or Moody's or Standard & Poor's or any one of those agencies. Indeed, sir, far from it, Barbados is allowed access to more funding at an even better rate than if it had to go anywhere else on the international market. So I would just want to put Senator Drake's mind at ease and say that the direct quote from Standard & Poor's is that the government of Barbados has continued to meet its reform targets, which allowed Barbados to access external funding from multilateral institutions that will support its reserves position and provide financing for its fiscal deficit, as well as its debt service payments for the upcoming 12 months. And I can also say, sir, that when I was in sixth form, there was a gentleman who sat beside me, and we were best friends. And anytime I see him write an article, I read it, because he was a bright fellow, and he called a spade a spade. His name was Winston Cox. And he said, "This is a good time to be a Barbadian. We are almost occupying center stage globally. And I think that the public and private financial institutions are reasonably satisfied with the quality of Barbados' management. The financial institutions have been very supportive of Barbados over the past 2 years. The private ones have watched the situation, and they have reacted favorably to the quality of our economic management." The words of Winston Cox. And what a far cry, what a far cry from what was said about Barbados some 4 years ago. One thing I know, Mr. President, is that we can only borrow if financial institutions are willing to lend us. Nowadays, sir, no one lends you money blindly. They lend because they have a concept as to whether you are capable of repaying. It is a good place to be in. And Barbados only has access to loans because of the reliability and the favorable opinion which the lenders have placed on this country. Mr. President, we have to make a real effort to understand and to appreciate the position that this government finds itself in, where local debt in particular is concerned. And as we have all heard, sir, there are scores of old legal claims against the Barbados government. And we are told, sir, that we have to face them and fix them. We had the whole question of land acquisitions, and I agree that land acquisitions, this has always been a really sad indictment on our governments, our respective governments. Very sad indictment indeed. And that has run us into millions and millions of dollars. And I only last week spoke about the gentleman who was not paid for some 32 years in a land acquisition matter. And I did say, yes, that even if he would have to be bending the rules, that gentleman should not be made to wait any longer. But there are so many other claims. There are accidents which occurred, for instance, at schools long, long before 2018. There are persons who fell out of chairs and so on in government offices long, long before 2018. There are people who were walking in the roads and fell into manholes long before 2018. There are passengers who are in transport board buses and who got injured in accidents long before 2018. Cars which broke off their wheels in potholes before 2018. People who were wrongfully dismissed by administrations long before this one. And sir, all of these things, not caused by this 3-year-old administration, but which must be repaid, and which we are saying will be repaid by this administration. Because these are legitimate claims, and this government has to compensate these people. And believe me, sir, government is trying, and trying very, very hard. I would be the first to admit, sir, and I do, that government may not pay every local debt in the way that everybody expects government to repay them. It's a fact. And some persons will be disadvantaged by payment in bonds. I agree with that. Bonds mean very little to some people. I do agree. And one of the first things that people tell you when you talk about paying them in bonds is that by the time the bonds mature, I may be dead and gone. And I have to tell you, sir, that I have 3 clients who recently had their claims settled by government, by bonds, rather than in lump sum cash. 3 clients. And I can tell you, and I can tell Senator Tate through you too, sir, I got my fees for each one through bonds. Through bonds. My payment is in bonds. My payment, and I leave them there, and I'll get some cash on that. Because the same clients came back and told me they went and they got some money already since they were paid. They went and get some money too. So yes, I know that they were paid, and they would rather if they had been paid in cash, yes. But I know that Barbadians love to be paid in cash. That's the truth. And I know a particular fellow who told me already that if he had to be paid $10,000, he would prefer if he carry on and put all $50 and $20 and thing, the $10,000 in there, than to pay him in a single check that he could put in his stock pocket. He would prefer to be paid. Some people do not even like checks. There are some people who do not even like checks. And I do not know what will happen to those people in another 5 or so years when we become a fully cashless society. I don't know what's going to happen to them, but they really and truly do not like checks. The only thing they like to see is cash. And I remember reading too of a gentleman who was blue vex a few months ago. I think he had fallen into a manhole and he was being paid in bonds, and he was really and truly up in arms because no other method of payment would have satisfied him. And yes, I have to admit again that I sympathize with those people who would rather be paid in cash than by bonds. But government is not doing it in this way, Mr. President, because government wants to be spiteful. And some people want to give the impression that government is doing this just because government wants to be spiteful. That is not true. There are not clowns in government.
Not all.
They're not clowns in government. And government is not trying to make it difficult for anyone and trying to frustrate anyone. This is a balancing act that government has to perform. Government is stepping gingerly through a minefield. It says step there but not there, here but not there. And that is exactly what government has to do. Government has to watch its every step. Government has to watch its cash flow. The methods of payment in this manner is perhaps the most painless for government to meet these and to honor these obligations at this time. As I said, sir, this is not an easy time to be Minister of Finance. It is not an easy time to be Prime Minister. You got to be looking over your shoulder. And sir, I want to repeat a point I made earlier, that these are not debts which our Prime Minister or Minister of Finance incurred since 2018. These were incurred long before this administration came to office. But this government is the government now and has an obligation as debtor to pay debts owed by the Barbados government, irrespective of when they were incurred. Our creditors have a right to receive payment irrespective of which government is in office. I know something, Mr. President. Truth be told, sir, that it is virtually impossible for any government, whether it be a B, a D, or PDP, to repay only those loans that it has borrowed. And only a very, very special type of government, sir, will be able to repay all of the debts which confront it before it demits office. Mr. President, again, I'm going to repeat that we cannot say that this debt was created under the Oenatha administration or the Frenville Store administration, and it is therefore not our responsibility. So our critics have to accept the fact that the same way that previous governments have left their debt for us to pay today, automatically we too will leave debt for others to pay tomorrow. This is the nature of the beast. This is a constant. It is as sure as night follows day. And this is what is meant, sir, by continuity of government. I know, sir, that there are some people who will try to tug at the public's heartstrings by saying that we are piling up debt for our children and our children's children. But, sir, this is unavoidable. It sounds very catchy. It is unavoidable. I know, sir, that the system says that the opposition should oppose. And some members of the opposition seem to take that to mean that the opposition should oppose regardless. And so they will continue to make that point, that we are leaving debt for our children and our children's children. But let me make this point, sir, that those who built the Bridgetown port, those who built the Bridgetown harbor, those who built the Grantley Adams Airport, the ABC Highway, some of them would have gone on. But today, sir, we reap the benefit of the loans that they borrowed to do these things. Sir, we are doing some heavy lifting today. And yes, we might have spent money on the Freedom Park. Yes, we might have been repairing Parliament. But we are doing things that will benefit other people tomorrow. So that isolation facility is a modern, up-to-date medical facility with the most recent equipment. And so when COVID has gone, we are not going to push down that facility with a bulldozer. These loans should be regarded as an investment in our future. Because I do believe, sir, that sometimes we should just stop and ask the question, if we did not take on this debt, what would our children have? What would they have? What would we leave for them? You know, sir, when the Barbadian economy was working like a well-oiled machine, as one Prime Minister described it, when, as he said, he was batting like sobers, things were good. And sir, at that time we were borrowing to make things better. Things were good. And we were trying to improve our lot. And nobody said anything at the time, because borrowing was one way of making improvements in time of plenty. In time of plenty. But sir, then there came a time, not so long ago either, there came a time when we could not even borrow a yen on the international market because nobody would lend us 1 red cent. We were getting downgrades every month. And you know, our Prime Minister was brave enough to go where lesser leaders feared to tread. She went to the IMF. And now, yes, this government is having problems of its own, but mainly because of the pandemic. And this is unfortunate because it doesn't have anything to do with mismanagement of the economy, mainly because of the pandemic. The government has not been able to make any significant money through tourism. And, you know, at one stage we even had to close down the entire country. Because COVID itself has plunged this country into debt which was not bargained for. And if you look at our COVID expenses alone, you would see exactly what I mean, Mr. President. Because government had to pay for vaccines. Government had to pay for tests. Government had to pay for PPEs. Government had to pay for medication. Government had to pay for ventilators. Government had to pay Ghanaian nurses. Government had to pay Cuban nurses. Government had to pay hotels for quarantine. Government had to pay hotels for food for those who were there. Government had to sustain Harrison Point. And you know, not so long ago, we had to take out another $60 million or so for that facility. And people were still quarreling about that. This government, like others the world over, sir, is dealing with a problem which no previous government has had to deal with. I do believe, sir, that, to use a phrase that my mother, God bless her in her grave, used to use, she used to say, a blind man with a trotting horse. A blind man with a trotting horse could see that this administration has a very progressive agenda for this country. It had to do more than it bargained for, yes. But it had no option. And we have found out, sir, the hard way that these are not normal times. We have encountered problems calling not for less and less funds, but for more and more funds. Because the amount we were forced to borrow this year in 2021 was not the same that we borrowed in 2019 and 2020. More. So yes, sir, we have had to borrow in time of need. And as the leader of government business said, Barbadians still expect us to provide things like water and buses and garbage trucks and repair roads and so on, and to do all those things for welfare. We still have to do them. And how else could we exist, sir, if we are forced to spend all that money, but at the same time we're not making a cent? Nothing really coming in. And that's why from time to time I have said, sir, that debates like this one should not always be antagonistic. But sir, alas, there are some voices that continue to disappoint us. There are. So, Mr. President, sir, I have no problem whatsoever in approving this particular bill, the Debt Settlement Arrears Bill 2021. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Greenwich. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I rise to wrap up the debate on this bill, I first of all want to thank honorable members for their contributions, whether they were supportive or not. And I would want to do so by starting by thanking my colleague on the other side, Senator Franklin, who made his position clear and that he would not be supporting the bill. Senator Boyce, I took notes of some of the points he raised, but indeed, Mr. President, he was gratuitous enough to admit that some of his queries had been clarified. I noted Senator Rogers' speech, his contribution, which was critical support, which he gave, and he framed it around the optics, which I think is very important. And I agree that a lot of work has to be done. He made the point that we should not be here. The point I want to make is that we are here, and it is how we get from here at this point in time. Senator Hunt also made some very useful points and points to think about. Senator Drakes took us on a tour of the economic state, or so she thought, of Barbados, and made the overwhelming point that the solution to all of the problems highlighted by her was to trim the fat. I believe she was speaking about ministers cutting their salary. She referenced St. Lucia. She spoke about consultants. But I'm just wondering, Mr. President, I'm just wondering, a drop in revenue by 600 million in 2020, and then continue this year. I'm really wondering, with all of this economic influence and knowledge, to reduce the salaries of ministers, to even send home all of the consultants that Senator Rogers has said has been a part of government for decades. With this, how would this contribute? How would this contribute to the drop in revenue by 1 million? How would we finance all of the other things that are happening? How would that really contribute? But I'm not going to get into that much tonight, Mr. President. I dare say that I get the impression that there's going to be a lot of time to address some of these matters in the not too distant future. She spoke about political immaturity. Well, I mean, this is astounding. But she's part of the process, Mr. President. The political immaturity that she speaks about. She is in a vacuum.
She also talked about your youthful endurance.
She seems to be in a vacuum. And then I wrote it down. She compared herself to John the Baptist. I wrote it down. I had to write it down, Mr. President. But I listened to her. First of all, in reference to the boss bonds, she queried whether when they became mature, if you would be paid by bonds. No. The act that was passed last year makes that explicitly clear what happens. Regarding small claims, persons who, I believe she said, had claims for damages or injuries, and they got temporary or grants from the court, is within the government's discretion to give them as much as $10,000, depending in terms of medical costs. That is established. So I know those were two issues she was concerned about. I'm still waiting to hear the alternative to this matter of paying these arrears. Senator Tate, Mr. President, I want to thank her for her contribution. She was her usual self. I would not expect it to be otherwise. We all know on this side her role, purpose, and function. I don't believe that there is a bill in this honorable chamber, in this city, that the honorable member has not provided us with her critique, her criticism, her advice, and her clear and concise thoughts. However, there's some matters to be clarified. She made reference to the point that no one, or given the impression that the Series F bonds cannot be redeemed until 3.5 years after they've been issued. And this is nonsense. Persons are issued with the bonds, and every month, if they want, the central bank redeems the bonds, and it is credited to their account if they want. I heard the Honorable Senator say that Senator Greenwich, that he has been accumulating his. Several attorneys in personal injury claims have been paid using Series F bonds and indeed have redeemed their bonds. So the honorable member need not fear if she happens to receive some of these bonds, they will be redeemed when she wants them. But I dare say, I suspect she would need to redeem them in a hurry. And we all know, Mr. President, we know that bonds for her would be pocket change that can be used at some time in the future. And indeed, I'm told that there are the description used was some huge legal fees that were incurred prior to 2018, and these have indeed been settled to the delight of the attorneys, some well known to some members on the other side, so they can get the information regarding the redemption of these Series F bonds. Mr. President, I think enough has been said. This is not a good position to be in. As Senator Rogers said, I concur with these arrears with which we have to deal with. Persons in Barbados have suffered issues, and I think the government should be commended for trying to bring some resolution to this matter. I've heard some honorable members trying to play it down as some artificial method of dealing with the books, with arrears. But Mr. President, as I said at the beginning, it is a government trying to do good by people who have been offended in this way for several years. Mr. President, all I can say at this time is that I I'm pleased with the bill. It is being amended. We've heard, we've listened, and amendments have been made. And I would say that I beg to move that this bill do not pass, and the amendments will be made at the appropriate time.
Wait a second.
I said so. I beg that this bill be not read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Committee. Senator Walker. The question is that I do not leave the chair, and the Honourable Senate resolve itself at the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 stand part. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chairman, I want to move an amendment to clause 3D. At liabilities, I want to delete after liabilities of any kind and after government insert subject to section 5.2. I beg to move that clause 3 stand part, as amended stand part.
Chair, given the debate that we just had, the previous iteration of the bill stated that these Series J bonds were in settlement of A, obligations of the Crown to persons whose lands were acquired under the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 228, before the 30th of September 2018. That previous iteration, Chair, had a time eligibility for these bonds. Is it then, Chair, that we are removing that and saying that there is no time eligibility for these Series J bonds? Or are we leaving it now open-ended? The first iteration spoke to a time stamp.
The bill that was passed didn't have that. The bill that was passed didn't have that. The bill that was passed didn't have that.
Senator,
The bill that was passed didn't have that. The bill that was passed didn't have that.
Chair, just for clarification, when the bill was first laid, the bill was first laid,
but do you have a date on it?
I got the bill here. 2021, yeah, that's fine. That's the one that was passed. But nonetheless, then a proper explanation needs to be had that why was that removed? If that was the initial intention, why was the date removed? Because then what you have is a piece of legislation where these bonds are basically a rolling IOU.
Jerome?
Chair, I appreciate that this was sent in relation to deleting the 30th of September in relation to the provision of the bonds. But my question still is, why was it removed?
Well, we can only deal with what is before us. And clearly what you are mentioning is not in the bill which is before us.
Chair, so then we are saying we are passing clause 3 with no stipulation as it relates to the eligibility of time for these bonds. So it could be previous, current, or future. That is correct?
We can only deal with what is before us.
That is correct then, sir.
Yes, we can only deal with what is before us.
Fine.
Clause 3, Jerome.
I beg to move that clause 3 as amended stand part.
The question is that clause 3 as amended stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 4 stand part.
The question is that clause 4 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move a number of amendments to clause 5. First of all, it is going to be renumbered and have a clause 1. In addition, at 5.1c, I want to delete after outstanding of any kind and insert a new clause 5.2 for the avoidance of doubt. Paragraph 1C does not apply to salaries, pensions, gratuities, or any other emoluments payable to public officers or any person employed by the government. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 5 as amended stand part.
The question is that Clause 5 as amended stand part.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. If I may ask through you that Senator Walker repeat what 5.1c is as amended, please. I understand 5.2. But if you could
5.1c,
just say what 5.1c.
in respect of any outstanding, and then you take out of any
Of any
kind.
is removed, is deleted.
So it reads, in respect of any outstanding liabilities of the government?
Yes. And then the mop-up clause will be that for the avoidance of doubt,
Yes.
paragraph 1c does not apply.
In
to
respect of
salaries.
any outstanding liabilities of the government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jerome clause.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause.
You didn't amend it to put in this clause too, you know, you got to put in there.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
He said so, yeah. For the avoidance of doubt. Yeah.
I read it out, I thought I did, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that clause 5 as amended stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 6 stand part.
The question is that clause 6 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Even a question.
Mr. Chairman?
Jerome, turn off. Senator Franklin?
Sir, based on what I heard in the discussion or during the debate, I understand from the mouth of you, sir, and also from the most honorable, that these bonds can be redeemed by somebody else before maturity. Because my understanding is that they will mature in 42 months, and at that period then you will start getting a payment of 1/42 then of what the government owes you over a further 3.5 years. That is what is written in this document. That's what I understand this document means, but that is not what is said in the debate. Senator Adams, yourself, sir, and the most honorable leader said otherwise. So I want to have this clarified there.
But would you wait until now to clarify it when you could have clarified it in the thing?
No, it wasn't. You said words that what you're passing here now is not what you said in the debate.
But no. Hmm?
Chairman, as I said, the way the Series F has been working, persons have been having their bonds redeem monthly. My understanding is that majority means that when they've all
Everything is
paid
not
up,
paid up.
everything has been completed.
Everything is not paid up.
So I believe there's a little misunderstanding. I said when I spoke that we split the Series F and Series J will follow the process. These terms are the same for Series F and the same terms and conditions. I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule.
Chair, if then what the Leader of Government Business is saying, they are identical to the Series F bonds that were offered, that legislation speaks to, under the debt holder approval of debt restructuring amendment bill, or act, now that it's passed, speaks to a final maturity. I don't know if that language then would help to make the situation better, but these bonds speak to a final maturity. And the Series F bonds, they speak to a final maturity, and they actually have a date, unlike these that do not. And that is also where the issue lays, because we have not established a time frame, as I said, in relation to these bonds. So my suggestion is that you use final maturity rather than just maturity, if that helps for clarification.
You can amend it again.
Mr. Chairman, the point is noted. I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you know the report is under the President, the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report this honor the President, the passing of one bill in committee.
With amendment, sir.
Honorable senators in favor,
Sir.
please say aye.
With
amendments, yes. Passing of one bill with amendments. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing with amendment of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Debt Settlement Arrears Act 2021.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be so cited. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Division has been called. All senators in their place. Please. Yeah, that's right. I missed it.
No. The answer is yes. Aye. Whatever you call me, it is aye.
Senator the Most Honorable Dr. Walker.
Aye.
Senator McConney.
Aye.
Senator Cummins.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Springer.
Aye.
Senator Sands.
Aye.
Senator Grant. Aye. Senator Dr. Haynes.
Aye.
Senator Adams.
Aye.
Your Honor, Senator Greenwich.
Aye.
Senator Franklin.
No.
Senator Drake.
No.
Senator Wiggins.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Rogers.
Abstain.
Senator Hunt,
Abstain.
Senator Nurse. Senator Nurse,
Abstain.
Senator Tate.
No.
President, the results of the division. 10 honorable senators voted in favor of the bill. There were 3 noes, 3 honorable senators voted against, and there were 3 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This bill is therefore so passed and cited.
Order number 2, sir.
Order number 2.
In the name of the Honorable Minister of Tourism and International Transport, to move the second reading of the Customs Bill 2021.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise on this occasion to lead off on the presentation of the second reading of the Customs Bill, which I hope will be perhaps far less problematic than the last bill, which we debated, Mr. President. It is an item of legislation that was first laid in the other place and was amended on the 22nd of November of this year, and therefore honorable members of the Senate chamber, I hope, have had an opportunity to go through the quite lengthy body of the legislation, which captures over 32 sections and all of the associated clauses within the legislation. Mr. President, I wish to start perhaps by giving some context to the actual legislation itself on customs. We have the World Customs Organization as the entity which governs how customs administration is treated to globally. And we have a series of customs guidelines, ICC guidelines that follow, that establish guidelines and practices. In addition to that, Mr. President, we also have the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement, which establishes the international framework for the treatment of goods and the processing through ports of entry, both air and sea. That's the macro governance framework internationally that has given rise to this body of legislation, Mr. President. Now, there is no doubt in anybody's minds, and interestingly, I believe the last bill that I rose in this place to introduce was the maritime legislation establishing the Facilitation of Maritime Traffic Bill, which spoke to the establishment not just of the legislation, but the electronic single window that governed its administration. This body of legislation is even further an expansion of our clearances, in this instance covering both air and sea, and the management of custom zones in the process. So, Mr. President, I want to go through and I want to take just a few moments, and I don't want to stand between the members of this honorable chamber and curfew. So I want to make sure that I am in a position to summarize what the key issues are. I want to also share, I believe that another member on the other side raised earlier about the question of public consultation and its importance. On this legislation, Mr. President, comments were first presented in consultations held in August of 2020. There were changes that were made to the initial draft of the bill of 2018, and then there were further comments as a result of consultations held in January of 2021. So there has been not just a single consultation or a week of consultations, but this bill has been in draft since 2018, and consulted on and amended even as recent as its laying in Parliament in November of this year, Mr. President. And so I am hopeful that everyone who would have had an opportunity as a stakeholder to contribute to making amendments to the course of, to the substance of the bill would have used that time to be able to so do. Now, Mr. President, if I were to just go through a bit of summary of the actual sections of the bill, it will give you the context for what it hopes to accomplish. But I won't start there. I will start instead, Mr. President, with the process that this administration began in 2019, in September in particular, when we introduced the Asakuda World system of goods clearances. Now, everyone saw the Asakuda World system from one standpoint, but I want to take a moment today, Mr. President, to speak to the impetus that would have led up to not just Asakuda World, but a comprehensive review of the doing business indicators in Barbados, trading across borders, how it affected things like the cost of living, clearance of goods, cost to consumer, all of those things which are tied up in customs clearances, both at the air and the seaport. Now, Mr. President, at the time we undertook to look in the first instance under the umbrella of the social partnership, where labor, business, and the government agencies were represented at overall port efficiency. Now, what does that mean? Around 90% of our goods and our cargo come in through the seaport, and mainly our perishable items come in through the airport. And so there was a heavy emphasis on ensuring that we were able to achieve port efficiency. And there were a number of elements that were raised in that process, which are then covered in the bill, and I'm going to cross-correlate them here to give context, Mr. President. In the first instance, we spoke about things like pre-clearance. Now, in the bill, you will see reference to pre-clearance versus post-clearance inspection. Now, when I spoke on the FAL legislation, Mr. President, we talked about making sure that we received information from ships under the Advanced Cargo Information System and the Advanced Passenger Information System. Those two principles and those two frameworks are incorporated under the provisions of this bill as well. Submitting information under a pre-clearance system. Now that leads us, Mr. President, into the risk management frameworks that now govern customs administration, also captured within this legislation under its articles. Now, why would we want to front load pre-clearance and post-clearance? Because not every shipment that comes in is going to require detailed inspection, but many may do so. And what this legislation requires now are the specific items that need to be submitted by traders in particular in order to ensure, one, pre-clearance and then post-clearance audit. Now, one of the things that we committed to doing in 2019, Mr. President, was to complete the implementation of the IMO single window for the FAL. I am pleased to say that on our last presentation in this place, that was successfully completed. We also agreed at the time, Mr. President, to develop a port community system in 2019. We also reported that that was completed. We also undertook, Mr. President, to implement an electronic single window to ensure the implementation of the trade facilitation agreement. That is underway, Mr. President. And so if I were to use the language of this administration, promises made, promises kept. In addition to that, Mr. President, we also made the commitment at the time that we would streamline a number of reforms under the provisions in particular of Article 10 of the Trade Facilitation Agreement. This included, Mr. President, items relating to streamlining the formalities and documentation required for clearances, to accept paper or electronic documents instead of original documents, to implement the single windows that enable sharing of information, and to also have a trade information portal. With the exception of one of those things, Mr. President, all of the other mechanisms are already in place. We also made a number of changes, Mr. President, at the time to the structure of the Customs Department. And at least one member in here, I believe, was a party to that process and spoke on previous occasions about the expansion of the Customs Department and the designation of Customs Officer 4 by this administration, also as one of the initiatives to be able to treat to the challenges of managing the Customs Department. Mr. President, also in the legislation here, we spoke about, or we speak to, the importance of engaging with the other agencies that provide regulatory management. Now, each time, whether airport or seaport, people talk about the airport or they talk about the seaport, that doesn't always capture the full ecosystem that makes up those agencies. So you have plant health, you have animal health, you have agriculture, you have customs, you have RBPF, you have drug squad, you have task force. You have all of these agencies functioning within an ecosystem, and certainly in the case of the airport, you have private operators on top of what you have in the seaport. And so there needed to be a regulatory management arrangement put in place that brought all of these partners into one umbrella, and ultimately establishing the customs department as the primary source of release of all goods, who can either act on behalf of these other agencies, but who have the authority under the legislation for final release. Now, Mr. President, I have to say that COVID has been destructive in most ways, but it has also been instructive in some other ways. Now, I had the privilege of serving in the Bridgetown port in a previous life, as you know, Mr. President, and when COVID started, we had any number of difficulties trying to implement what at best you could only describe as change management. People who are used to doing things in the same way for 30 years or 20 years are committed oftentimes to doing so because change is often difficult. And so, Mr. President, I remember in January of 2020, the Bridgetown port, in order to facilitate this transition that we're now legislating in the overall customs bill, purchased on behalf of all the regulatory agencies tablets and the associated computer equipment in order to facilitate electronic clearances of goods. As at September, Mr. President, 2020, as at, I believe it is, when COVID struck in February, as at February, March, Mr. President, those tablets had never even been opened once, not even once. Training had been completed, sensitization had been completed, but we were used to using those big blue books, if you know what they look like, and writing things down, Mr. President, and it took time. But, you know, when we complain about one thing, we have to remember sometimes the antecedents that lead up to it. So we complain about how expensive it is for goods to be cleared. We won't be complaining rightfully about how expensive things are when they get to us to clear. But, Mr. President, one of the things that we looked at as we looked at the ecosystem that is the port, is that a ship under the IMO FAL Convention and the single window will land in Barbados today. Goods are cleared within hours, Mr. President, and they are landed in the port. Customs may clear those goods by way of scanning and security inspection within 24 to 48 hours in the first instance, Mr. President. But it could take 3 days or 4 days for another regulatory agency to come and do the required clearances, which will then result in charges being accrued to the consignee. It will then mean that in some instances, as is captured in the documentation, you may have errors in the documents. And the documents then have to be changed because the customs broker or the shipper put in incorrect information. That's going to cause a further delay. And by the time those goods have been cleared, 10 days may have elapsed, and you are going to have the associated delayed charges then being passed on to the consumer because you have these inherent inbuilt inefficiencies in the system. Now, one of the things that technology then caused people to do once COVID struck was to avoid having in-person inspections and to be able to use the risk management systems that are captured within the customs bill and that were inbuilt into the Asakuda World system to be able to conduct clearances and inspections without always physically having to do that. And that is one of the things that I think COVID proved to be instructive, more so than destructive on. And we saw this in the ability to acknowledge, to incorporate, and to embrace technology, whereas there may have been some resistance before. So change was a good thing in that instance. We also, Mr. President, talk about sometimes customer service. And under the bill, it is not actually captured in the bill, but there is a customer service charter in the Customs Department. And one of the things that I was happy to see Customs evolving into doing was giving a commitment to customers that they would clear goods within a certain time frame, but sometimes we understood that they were not the only agency responsible for those clearances. Mr. President, the other elements that I want to speak with specifically relate to the Trusted Trader Program and what that covers. Now, this is not a Barbados program. This is not, and I have heard some commentary on it about, their friends and people who they know and they like. Mr. President, this is a mechanism that is established under the Trade Facilitation Agreement of the World Trade Organization. It has specific parameters which must be met under the various elements of the schedule. It is a program that is in place in most border states. In fact, I remember when I was based in Uganda and surrounded by, at the time, the East African community of 5 landlocked countries, only with Kenya, you had the scenario, Mr. President, where you had trusted traders because you could not bottleneck cargo because it had to get to multiple places in a landlocked environment. Equally so here in Barbados, there are 28 entities on the basis of volumes, how many containers, 40-foot, 20-foot containers you import per week, and on the basis of your risk assessment that are cleared as a pilot under the Trusted Trader Program, and that is applied under the legislation. And the expectation is, Mr. President, that there will come a time when others will be able to be incorporated under that mechanism as a result of the successful conclusion of the bill, of the program. Now, Mr. President, those are the primary things that I wanted to focus some attention on, but I want to raise only one last issue specifically as it relates to an issue that I have gotten queries on. Goods and tariff classifications. Everyone assumes a lot of times that there's a differentiation in what you pay on tariffs. Mr. President, I just want to make the point here that the customs legislation has appendices and related legislation which speak to tariffs and their application. There is a tariff code specifically mentioned in the legislation. That tariff code, again, is appended to our schedule of commitments to the World Trade Organization, and they are declared. There are thousands of tariff lines, and they're broken down by product line, product item, and importers have an opportunity. If I wanted to, I could go and use my classification code, the HS classification code. I'll see what it is on the tariff code, and I'll pull it up, and that will tell me what the applicable duty is, and I would have to pay those charges by customs. It is not a subjective and a personal charge being levied against any individual, but it is a globally notified tariff code that we have committed to and the Customs Department is applying. So, Mr. President, this legislation brings the Customs Department and its administration of border clearances into the 21st century. It also provides the framework for the security of those customs officers in the conduct of their work. Certainly at the sections in the legislation which talks about offenses and punishments, administrative penalties, and so on, it covers the recognition that customs officers at times, as border security agents, are in positions where they require the protection of the law because they may be dealing with persons whose intentions are not always what we would want them to be. And so it also covers those protections for individual officers. So, Mr. President, this is, I think, a culmination of a long consultative process. It has already been implemented in many ways over the course of the last 2 years, Mr. President, and so I'm hopeful that we will be able to benefit from the support of the members of this chamber, given the fact, Mr. President, that we have consulted widely with all the stakeholders, the private sector partners, public sector partners, and the consumers and brokers and all of the agents that constitute the ecosystem of trading in goods at air and seaport in the country. And with this, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Franklin.
I almost said good morning, sir. Thank you. I look at the clock first before I spoke. I was looking through my glasses, sir, and yes. I get it right.
Okay, that was 9:25 in the morning.
Sir, this bill is a very technical bill. So, and I am not skilled enough to deal with the technicalities of the bill. I don't know enough about customs. No, I work as an immigration officer, not customs officer. I was a customs clerk at the cost and mustn't when they first started out, and I know a little bit about customs, but that little bit enough to put in a handbag. But what I talk about customs, the rules and stuff. You know, customs has a great volume of rules. Everything in customs rules. I remember even the forms that you fill out were in the schedule to the legislation. Even the documents that you fill out, when they changed them, I can't remember they ever changing them legally, but they went ahead and used different forms. But that's another question. Sir, I went through this act with a fine-tooth comb, and I went clause by clause. Yeah, this one. I went clause by clause to see if there are any things that stood out. And a few things stood out to me. The first one that stood out to me, sir, is clause 4. Clause 4 of this act provides that the comptroller, let me read it from the act itself, from the bill itself. The comptroller shall, for the proper and efficient management and administration of the Customs and Excise Department, and subject to the directions of the minister. And that is where I had a screech and halt. Customs, as you might be aware, is the oldest law enforcement agency in Barbados. And Customs is not only about collecting revenue, it's law enforcement. As a matter of fact, the customs officers under the present legislation that we have more powers than the policemen. Like, for instance, a customs officer could go downtown in a store and see some goods there and say, look, let me see your documents for them. And if you can't produce the documents, he can tell you to bar them off, take them down, and seize them. He can see you at the airport, and he can search you. When the police want to search persons that they suspect at the airport, they're going to bring it to customs and ask customs to do it for them because they don't have the authority to search. And many times there's such cooperation between government that when the police bring them down, the customs search them, all kind of money drop out when the fellas take off their undergarments. Thousands upon thousands of dollars. And I'll talk about that in more detail down the road. So customs is law enforcement. And under the Police Act, they don't get control from the minister. The president should be responsible for the customs. Customs is a security agency. As a matter of fact, you even put it in the Protective Services Commission, simply because you recognize that it is law enforcement. So why is the minister? I see things. I don't like the minister getting involved in law enforcement. That is not his role. Now, if you're going to tell me that the minister could give directions as it relates to duties and waivers and stuff, I can understand that. But this act is not so specific. So it says, and subject to the directions of the minister. So, where does the law enforcement powers of the minister stem from? Ministers have none. But customs is law enforcement. So you cannot expect the minister to be given directions to control of customs in such areas. So that this you need a rethink of that. Customs is law enforcement first and foremost. I then look section 2, and they come upon the trusted trader, and you have to go all the way down to section 103 to deal with that. what I will tell you, sir, is trusted trader in Barbados, and even now before this legislation is passed, they are using trusted trader arrangements. And it has proven a disaster for the revenue of this country. Because a lot of the trusted traders can't be trusted. They don't tell the truth to customs. And all customs officers do is to go to their place of business, unseal the container, and go on about the business. And anything could be in them containers. And let me give you some examples of some of the things that trusted traders do. I have here a packing list that was sent to customs with prices for goods that came in one of these trusted trader containers. Again, I didn't check all the prices, but I will give you one here that will curl your hair. This is a V700 Soundstream, they call it. They tell customs they pay $15 for it. This is an importer who sells them. She bought an 8 in this shipment. This is $15 US. You paid $30 Barbados for it. This item is retailed in the United States for $845. Yeah, $845. And he declared a value of customs $15, $15 US. I could go on. Brentwood steam iron, $159 sold in the United States. He paid $3 for it. That's retail customs. All right? Let me give you some more. A deep single fire, 0.9. They sell for $215 United States. He told the customs he bought them in the United States for $14. Trusted trader. Trusted trader. So you understand, I could go on and tell you some other stuff. Eureka vacuum cleaner, he pays $7 for it. The cheapest one in the United States is $67. You know? Canon all-in-one Wi-Fi printer, he paid $19. I can go on and on and on and on. This, you know, these things like this are addressed later on in the act, so I can't tell you where I get it from, because the act speaks to this too. But, well, I can speak to it now because this act can't pass yet. But these documents, if you look, you will see they have the customs and excise stamp on them. And they will not be made a document house because they don't have that privilege. Sir, so we have to rethink this trusted trader thing. Trusted traders bring in drugs. The container up front packed with the groceries or whatever you bring in, the equipment you bring in, and then they move the first 2 batches, drugs. And the customs officers are long gone.
Senator Franklin, you know that you can't assert, or you cannot allege an illegality on a limited group of people. The folk really, don't go there. You can express an opinion, but you can't assert upon it. I don't know trust traders, but I'm sure there's a limited class of persons. It's different from making an allegation against the whole world. So you would in effect really be, if you were not speaking from this place, you'll be slandering a class of persons. You know you can't do that.
Sir, I'm guided by you, sir, because I haven't seen it myself. I'm only speaking from what the people who on stuff the containers tell me. but they are not here to back it up, so I will withdraw any imputation so I can get on.
Yes, please, please.
Right? But the prices that I talk about, sir, there's all documented here in evidence, and I can,
That's fine.
and this is a trusted trader.
That's fine.
Right? So, if the level of cheating in just one document is repeated by the same importer a couple times a year when he imports, or 3 times a year, or 4 times a year when he imports, the country will lose thousands upon thousands of dollars in duties. But these people are trusted. I do not believe that customs officers should open a container and leave. Because the scenario that I just talked about, because you might find goods, just front goods, and then behind, because they have actually seen that happening, and not among trusted traders now, because they don't get searched. But customs officers have seen it. And I'll tell you, customs officers have been threatened to not to take action against these people, or they will get something happening to them. So these people, with all those thousands upon thousands of dollars in drugs in the container, and the customs officer get in the way. And they have been. They have been. I can assure you, some of my members in customs have been doing some good work, finding a lot of drugs.
Senator Franklin, I think really the Senate is not a place for unprovable assertions of that nature. You could express your concerns about possible vulnerabilities in the system, but you're alleging what, by definition, you can't prove here. But because of this lofty platform from which it is altered, it will be cloaked in a veneer of credibility, which, if we want to establish that it's so, you would then have to tell us, well, who, when, what, where, when. So if you have concerns about vulnerability, you know the rules, and you know that you can make your point within the rules, but without really going down that road at this time.
Sir, I beg to differ, please, because some of these cases are before the court.
But reference those.
Right? Some of these cases are before the court. I didn't want to prejudice because I don't want to speak on an ongoing case and call names. I can't say a guy called Kathy Greenwich came in with drugs and filled his hole in. I can't do that.
I'm not saying you have to call names, but I'm just saying, I'm just concerned that you've been given an inch and you're taking an L. And all I'm saying to you is that you could express your concerns about the vulnerability of the system, if that is your view, if that's your opinion, and you could support that by saying there has been a charge brought in the matter, but you don't have to say the details of the matter or who the person is. So I'm just saying, I'm giving you latitude, but I'm saying to you that you know that the rules really don't permit that you go down that line. And you know, in the days before live broadcasts, the idea of saying something and having it struck from the record stood for something. Nowadays, by the time you say to a member, you will have that struck from the record, it is on the record of the whole world forever and evermore. So I think really that parliamentary privilege, all members have freedom of speech, but it also comes with the responsibility, well recognizing that once it is out there, it is out there. So I'm just saying, you know, make your point without trespassing on the rules of good order in the Senate.
No, sir, I am not trying to do that. What I'm telling you is that I am speaking facts, but I'm trying my best not to go too far into the cases, some of which are ongoing as we speak.
I'm saying you, Senator Franklin, if you want to support, if you want to make points, if you want to cite situations to support your cases, I'm saying stick to those. Nobody's asking you for the times and places, but the broad brush that you're working sometimes, concerns me that if you're painting the door jamb, the door, the walls and everything may be painted. Just be more focused, and you know the rules as well as you do, Senator Frank.
So I'm aware of the rules, and that's why I was trying to be so cautious as not to, but your interpretation is different from mine. So we will move on, because we will not resolve that interpretation or misinterpretation on your part.
But by definition, I cannot misinterpret. But press on, Senator Franklin.
The next thing that troubles me, sir,
Yes.
is section 5.4 of this piece of legislation.
You're talking about Part 5?
Yes,
Part five.
not part 5, it
Or
is
clause-
clause 5.4.
Oh, Clause 5.4.
It says, the comptroller may authorize a person who is not a customs officer to perform a function that may be performed by customs officers under this act. And it goes on to explain that the term customs officer should be deemed to be including this authorized person. Sir, I completely disagree with that. One, it has a way of injecting people into the public service who are not public officers. They are not subject to the discipline of the particular service commission, in this case, the Protective Services Commission. This is a backhand way of getting people into the public service or to do public service jobs. There's a method for going to public service. There's an advertisement or whatever, you go to the Ministry of Public Service and you make an application or something. So this is not the way. If you want to be a customs officer, apply. But bringing you in to perform functions and then saying that you are deemed to be a customs officer, nobody can deem you to be a public officer. That was part of a judgment in the Aurelius Smith case in law school when the Education Act deemed those persons who were teachers to be public officers. And that's why to this day they have not resolved that. And that schools, while the school is a statutory board, the teachers are public officers. Because you couldn't take them out in that manner. You can't deem somebody to be a public officer. That's the court decision. But we're having it here. This person is not. And he will be performing the functions of public officers. Again, sir, that is one way of helping to destroy the public service. And we have been seeing that for too long.
Mr. President,
Senator Cummings.
I rise on a point of order and perhaps elucidation. The Honorable Senator is misleading the House, but I think it really is a result of misunderstanding. He did acknowledge up front that a lot of these things were technical. Mr. President, under the various international conventions, I did make reference to the various regulatory agencies that cover the border and the ability of the customs officers oftentimes to issue clearances in the absence of animal health, plant health, quarantine, and so on. The designation of persons to perform the functions of customs officers do not relate to the recruitment of persons, but they relate to the functions of regulatory border agencies and not persons coming into the system. And I just wanted to make sure that Senator Franklin understood that.
Mr. President, long stoops. That is not what is written in the legislation. Big stoops. Look, you must read it. No, I copy the Prime Minister. And who batted the copy? This legislation says the comptroller may authorize a person who is not a customs officer to perform a function that may be performed by a customs officer under this act. A customs officer under this act is a public officer. This person will be coming in to do public officer functions. He is not a public officer. He is more in terms of in the old days when we had casual employees working alongside the road by the head of the department to help people.
Just to be clear, frankly, there's nothing in this, what we're seeing here, preventing the person who will be so authorized by the controller from being a public officer. So this is more about a person, whether that person is a public officer or not. So I think really there's nothing in here that speaks about the recruitment of persons via that route. I understand the concern you're raising, but this may very well be other public officers who are being authorized by the controller and writing subject to section 5 and subsection 5 and so on to perform those duties. So just to be clear.
Sir, you must understand, sir, that this legislation is not being passed after they have done these things already. Because there is such a person operated in customs, giving directions to customs officers, and I had to tell the controller of customs at a meeting, tell him stop. He has no authority to issue any office. Let him talk to you. He's a consultant. He can talk to you, and you can talk, and if he has that kind of power where he can influence you, you will have to pass on the instructions to your staff. But he cannot interact with them. I made that quite clear to the controller of customs, and he agreed. But we have a fellow in customs like no tremble, he ain't got. So these things are already implemented, and we are passing legislation now to fix what we have done incorrectly. It is happening. And he's not a public officer. Somebody's friend, but he's not a public officer. So I'm saying that if you have enough of these, and I'll declare an interest now, he won't join Unity. You see how they will destroy not only the public service, they will destroy Unity as well.
I will urge him to join it.
Sir?
Ignore the aside.
Somebody was mumbling something, but I didn't hear it clearly enough, sir. Will you repeat?
By definition, I don't hear the asides.
Oh, but I didn't hear them either.
Okay, press on, press the faculty.
So, sir, the CMB they are on strike, and the ones that remain and not feeding the nurses, you talking about that? And not giving them medication? Yeah, and the running the president from me thing, I following it. Sorry, sir. So what happens? This is a way now where political persons can get their hands on the staffing of customs. You know, it happened in the past, you know, but now they're putting it in legislation. You know, and I'll admit, I was a personal assistant once, and when there was a vacancy coming up in the department and thing, and I hear about it, I would make a little call and get the boy who can break for me anything, let you know that I got a fellow here that interested in doing that. You know, but there's no shame about it. I've done it, I have no problem with it. I actually got people employed in customs. So I shame. But what I'm telling you is this is far different. This is not giving it that legislative effect. And the thing is, in my days, when we got people employed, we went through a process. We just get that person noticed. And sometimes they got employed, sometimes they didn't. But you're now going to say that these people will be employed as customs officers. And when you understand, and this is the point I'm going to make. When we start hearing talk about employing heads of departments on a 3-year contract, I smell that rat coming long. Because if you have a head of department and the minister wants something, and that head of department got his contract coming up now in a couple of weeks, and he don't do the minister want, his contract can get renewed. That is why we have a permanent civil service and temporary ministers. No, we don't have temporary both, because you've got to have some sort of continuity in the services of this country. When the politicians leave, the civil service hold on till another set of politicians come into Boston. And in all fairness, the first couple of months, the civil service really get to go at the politicians and mislead them. But that's for another debate. When the minister realized he get checked about he's too ashamed to admit it. But we're not talking about that now. So now you have civil servants, or public officers, now you don't call them civil servants anymore. Public officers who cannot be, but they can be, independent and give independent, impartial advice, because that might mean that if he's acting in a higher position, and he's appointed in a higher position for 3 years, and somehow he doesn't, not that he's not doing his job properly, especially when he's doing his job properly and you got some thin-skinned people in charge, not that I have any thin-skinned people over there, but it can happen. He might find himself now not getting reappointed for a second 3-year term, and then he might have to go back down. And when he goes back down, the fellas that he was boss up and laugh at him, so he got to leave. He can't work in those conditions. And this is what is happening here. You put a controller of customs in for 3 years, and the controller of customs know when you bring in your people, well, might not want him, but he might not have gotten a choice. Section 5(4) of the Customs Act. That is a nail in the public service coffin. This will put public service, this will have to destroy the public service, because under the Code of Conduct and Ethics, a public servant is by law required to tell a minister when he's going wrong. And if the minister then says, you still go on and do it, you put it right in. But when you have your contract for renewal, you're going to put it right in. So we need to make sure that this public service is left intact. Not for expediency, no, because down the road, somebody might be unscrupulous who get into office. Not to have any unscrupulous people now, but you might get some down the road. And if that happens, or somebody might even become unscrupulous because you see you got so much power. So you can't give people too much power. You must give them power and controls. Power and controls. This is taking away the controls. I have a note here about Section 6. What does Section 6 say?
Clause 6.
Yes, another thing. It requires customs officers upon every anniversary submit to the Controller of Customs declaration of interest in such form as the Controller determines, specifying whether he has any material, financial, or other interest in or stands to benefit materially from any business activity within the clearance of goods, imported, exported goods, production, processing, sale, handling, storage, or manufacturing of or transport of goods. That is already an offense in the Public Service Act. And you don't, and nobody has made a declaration. The only declaration you have to make is if you want to get involved in any business for profit, whether you're a customs officer or admin officer or clerk in the public service, you have to get permission from the president. So I'm wondering why this is here, because it is already an offense in the public service, to engage in, for a customs officer to engage in any of these things. But there is a measure of fines. You're making it no criminal. And I am wondering if the politicians, with all their vision, can see that there's potential for corruption and they're going to put their foot down. There is more potential for corruption at a fellow who is at the top of the heap, like a politician himself, for corruption. So these things, so before you legislate for customs officers, you should lead by example and say to everybody who take political office, well, these are the standards you're required by. Required to live by, not in any particular convention as to put it in the rules. You're putting it in the rules for public officers. So why not lead by example? You mean to tell me that every person elected in Barbados is like Caesar's wife? I don't think so, because we got Caesar's wife locked up in the States all right now. Huh? So we can, you see, he learned it. You know? Virtuous. Pure. So I am saying, sir, that if you're going to legislate $50,000 fines for a customs officer who gets involved in business, then you should have not only a 2-year confinement and then a 2 years supervised release in a foreign land. For politicians, you should have more than that. You should, because you are saying that this for a customs officer to get involved in any business of clearing goods. Oh yes, we got some now in St. James. I see them. Oh, you'll be talking about two different things. Yeah, I think you had to sell warrant to pay the lawyer. Oh, there were more. Sorry, I didn't know that. So I am saying, sir, that politicians must set the example. I remember some time ago, I had a meeting with both the Comptroller of Customs and the Chief Immigration Officer about people entering and leaving the port. And he said he wanted my support because I have a fair amount of customs officers in my union. And I said, sir, you don't have to ask for my support on this one. It will be freely given. Because there should be, I will allow for 2 people to enter and exit the port not being searched. I said then the governor, John Biden, is now president, and the prime minister. Everybody else coming through there should be searched. You want to know why? If there is a system where you can enter customs areas in and out, secure areas, you can go in and out as you please. Because you're the big boy, you can leave and you can come and go and nobody don't search you. Somebody could turn up home at your house some morning and say, sir, take this gun into the airport for me. I will stay here with your wife. You hand that gun to so-and-so when you pass by the thing. Unless you want the wife dead, and which might be, it might be your desire, you can call the police. So it is protection, not only for the person who think he's big, but it's also a protection for the people who develop going there and do harm to. So I said to him, your customs officers called me quarreling and said, no, man, you shouldn't say. I said, no, he asked me for my opinion, he didn't ask me for yours. And that is my opinion. Also, I was trained in security too, see, so I understand these things. And I said, that is for your security. You might not like it. I didn't agree that customs officers should be required to take lie detector tests before the cabinet. I am saying to you that you must lead by example. So when he asked me, he said, look, I said, yeah, I would agree wholeheartedly with lie detector tests if the cabinet take lie detector tests first. You have to lead by example. And you are not leading by example when you make special provisions for one sector of the public service, because it ain't only customs officers that can get involved in corruption, you know. You'll be surprised. The avenues for corruption. But people think that customs officers are corrupt. I'm not saying that all of them are decent, and not all. Some, they might have a few who do bad things. But when you catch them, you weed them out. And I'll tell you, a lot of these customs officers are working hard, they work hard, they work a lot of overtime, they work, and you see people see customs officers with substantial properties, and they think they had to be corrupt. No. Customs officers work in areas where they can get money from overtime. And I'll give an example. You have a store in Wall Street. You imported goods. And you have to get those goods cleared by a customs officer. But you can't pull them in your yard. You ain't got no yard. So a customs officer got to break me like rest, go down there and watch you off, all that kind of thing. You got to get paid for it. And a lot of that happens. Not one or two, every day. So when the customs officer in that section, assigned to that section, because there's rotation, you know, so each fellow will get a chance here, and the fellow will get a chance here, and they go around and around. So people make money. There's no harm in making money, and they're not stealing it. It's provided for in the rules. So when you see customs officers who actually save their money or invest it and living better than other public officers, because they have an avenue for making more money. Nobody don't complain when the doctors start at almost the top of the scale and they can still go and do private practice and come and work and that kind of stuff. You know, and nobody makes no fuss about that. But customs officers, because they are who they are, everybody think they're corrupt. No, not all. I know many who abhor corruption. I've actually had instances where they report corruption to me. So I think there's something wrong here with the thought process that went into this piece of legislation. You already got these people governed by a piece of legislation already. I know you are, but you're making it criminal. You're making it a criminal offense. On summary conviction to a fine of $50,000 or imprisonment for a year, for 12 months. So why do not do that for politicians? I don't know enough about it to support it. I'm telling you, all I am seeing here are things that jump out at me, because I don't know enough about the technical stuff in here that can say aye or nay. But what I can say nay to are these things that I've highlighted to you. I will say no to each and every one of these. I have a note, no section 10. What I'm saying about section 10. Oh yes, section 10, I made a reference to, I will not now be able to get reports of corruption if the officers see something corrupt and they pass and let me know, because sometimes you just can't pass it to everybody. But they know they will not be exposed by me. And you have to trust certain people. And I can tell you, sometimes those reports of corruption get into the right places when they pass to me. So, but then, you want them to, even to another $50,000 fine or imprisonment if they see things and they tell me. Section 11 speaks to all customs officers shall have the same powers as a police officer. They already have them. I had them, and they had some of these powers, and they got more. But I'll move on. 38. Reporting of currency and monetary instruments. On page 38, section 38. This just stuck out with me, sir, because I know of a case where people come to the airport or they're brought to the customs attention, and when they're searched, they have money way in excess of what is allowed out of the country in cash or in any type of instruments at all. But you know, you don't buy drugs with a line of credit or anything like that. So you have to work up with cash. And fellas, a little 40-pound weakling is at the airport, 55 pounds, looking pretty hefty, and he's stuffed with loot. When the customs officers strip you down, money roll out. And they have to document each one of those bills by serial number. People work real late when these things happen. But the money is subject to seizure. And you can forfeit it under this legislation and the last. But there are times that when this money is seized, and this is one aspect of corruption now that I can speak to, because it's an actual case. And I'm not going to act today because I think the police are still investigating. One where the fellow poured out $70,000 US. Eventually he went to the court, and the court said, "I'll give you back your money." And it wasn't there. I know little customs officer didn't get that. No junior officer in my union didn't get that. I say no more because if I say anything more, I will be naming names, and I can't do that here. Section 260. All the rest of the technical stuff that I really can't address my mind to because I don't have enough information. But Section 260 speaks to appeals to the High Court. Ever since we have had a Court of Appeal, these appeals no longer go to the High Court. They all go to the Court of Appeal. I've made that observation here on at least 3 occasions. And I get laughed at, pushed aside, and dismissed. Only then for government to come back each time and change it then to the Court of Appeal. So I prefer you do it one time, because you know I'm still an attorney at loss. Because this is clearly, because when the Court of Appeal was set up, a separate Court of Appeal, because previously we had 4 judges, 3 would sit on appeal, so they would, if one guy would make a decision, the other 3 would constitute the Court of Appeal. We put a Court of Appeal in place, and then you said these matters must go to the Court of Appeal in legislation, and people still write this into legislation. Something is wrong here. They've been learning. And another thing that sticks out now to me is Section 290. it says the minister may make regulations. Yeah, most ministers make regulations. A, setting the hours and places of custom services. He can do that for the customs officer, fellow deemed to be a customs officer that isn't a customs officer. But he certainly can't do it for public officers. That is not his role. The minister responsible for finance does not set hours. Public Service Act delegates that power to the minister responsible for the public service. And I'll tell you why they want to attempt this. Customs officers have their duties currently settled in the law. And if you want a customs officer outside of those hours, you got to pay him. So this now, because everybody talking about easy doing business, and the customs officer want money to do business too. So you're trying to put this in place so that you can tell the customs officer he can work from 8 o'clock at night till 12 in the morning or whatever else. And it won't be overtime, so you won't get the money for it. This is what this is all about. This is a way of trying to, I don't know if you want to think you can make things cheaper. You're making it cheaper because you got these things here. Look, you think these goods that you people bring in, Oster blender for $14. So customs officers need to be able to be paid for their services. They work, they're public officers, they work 8 to 4. If you're at the airport, you work different hours. But now you are the minister responsible for finance want to get in here and get in the business of regulating the public service. That is not the role of the Minister of Finance. Mind you, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Service is the same person right now, but that doesn't always have to be so. And if you're sending an order for customs officers dealing with their time and stuff, you got to send the minister responsible for public service. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, sir, there are other things that officers have pointed me to in the act, but I'm not skilled enough to understand them and present them to you. So I must apologize to them, because if I don't understand it, I ain't coming here with it. And so I have to leave out a few other things that were passed on to me, but these are the things I observed on my own, and I'm hopeful that government would pay some attention to them, because you know when they don't, they run into trouble. And I thank you very much, sir, for your indulgence at this time in the morning.
Thank you for your observations and contributions, Senator Franklin. Senator Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to respond to a couple of things, because just today I was reading the news from another parliament, another place, and in another country, and there was a former statesman who was talking about the importance of ensuring that the integrity of parliaments were maintained with facts. And so I want to speak to them now, Mr. President, just in wrapping up my contribution to the debate. Mr. President, I want to cross-reference on the first issue raised by Senator Franklin on the issues related to trusted traders and the authorized traders regime. Mr. President, contained in Part 1020, Articles 121, which speaks to post-clearance controls, and then Article 182, which speaks to the audit and examination of the records. Mr. President, the mechanisms contained within the bill allow for post-audit clearance, which means, Mr. President, if I were to go to the actual section of the legislation very quickly, it allows for the reconciliation of documents and for the inspection of all the associated declarations by traders after clearance to ensure that they're reconcilable with what was declared, Mr. President. If there is a problem with how they are reconciled in a way that was raised by the honorable member, that appears not to make any sense, then there are mechanisms in here which speak to penalties for false declarations, and that too is covered in the bill. But that, Mr. President, is the basis of post-clearance audit, which is also a section contained within the bill. Now, Mr. President, I wish to speak specifically to the question of the designation of persons with customs to be able to have penalties levied for their activities. Mr. President, I would wish to remind the Honorable Chamber that in October of this year, we passed legislation called the Prevention of Corruption Bill. It was then cited as the Prevention of Corruption Act. Appended to that legislation, Mr. President, was the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, and the mechanisms governing the treatment of public officials were clearly outlined, including all persons serving in public office, including politicians, Mr. President, and specific officials, in particular, those responsible for regulatory enforcement. Those things are contained in legislation passed in this place, and there should be no lack of clarity on the mechanisms that exist. In addition to that, Mr. President, I just want to close off on the last point that was made with regard to, and I've forgotten where it was just now, Mr. President, I think it's Article 290. Article 290, setting of the regulations, Mr. President. We have setting of the hours and places of customs service. And Mr. President, we talk a lot in here, including on the opposition side, about doing business and operations and those kinds of things. Let's talk about them in a practical sense sometimes as well, Mr. President. We currently have a mechanism in the port, and I'll use the port as an example, not the airport, where the port opens at 7 o'clock in the morning. BRA opens at 8:30, I believe, or 8:45, but customs opens at a different time. If you look at the way in which goods are cleared from the port, Mr. President, and we've studied this using all kinds of mechanisms with the support of the Caribbean Development Bank specifically, goods are cleared from the port in the greatest number from 2 o'clock in the afternoon onwards to closure of the port, and then we have the post-clearance that was described in the after hours. But between the opening of the port at 7 o'clock in the morning and the opening of the registration of all of the payment mechanisms and 2 o'clock, very few clearances actually go out of the port. That is a mechanism, Mr. President, that says that there are inefficiencies inbuilt into the system. And when you include things like setting up hours of operations and so on, you're talking about operational inefficiencies that really are meant to benefit everybody, including customs officers themselves, who go into the supermarket like everybody else. But it's not about customs officers on their own, Mr. President. Border regulatory agencies include all of the entities that I spoke about earlier who constitute border regulatory management, environment, quarantine, agriculture, not just customs, all of the agencies, Mr. President. And so I just wanted to make sure that I corrected for the benefit of the record. Finally, Mr. President, I would just wish to ask that the honorable members, even though there are quite rightfully a number of very technical details in the bill, and I accept that it may be a little difficult sometimes to go through all of these kinds of details, to have an opportunity perhaps to benefit from, there are a couple of consultants who have been provided under development program support and by UNCTAD to customs as well, to shepherd in the transition to Asikuda world. They have completed, I've lost count of the number of training programs with both the public and the private sector that have been extraordinarily beneficial to all of the users of the system. And I would wish to commend them as well for that work in their function as consultants to the Customs Department and to the relevant agencies in support of the Customs Department. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummins. The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair and the Senate dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that he do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
As you ready? Ready? The Senate is now in committee.
Chairman, this bill has 32 parts and 302 clauses, so you're going to call in parts. Part 1, clauses 1 and 2.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 and 2 stand part.
2 amendments.
And with the associated amendments, Mr. President, those amendments were circulated to the Honorable House.
No, not those ones.
Pardon? Mr. President, I wish to draw the honorable members of the Chamber's attention to page 25 of the bill. The first one is the authorized economic operator. It says authorized economic operator means a person who is accorded that status in accordance with Part 16 and the regulations. In the draft of the bill, the following words were excluded in the regulations made under this act. And so I would wish to make that amendment now, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
So the question.
Made under this act. Is in.
This clause as 1 or 2? Yeah. Now this is, you have moved Part 1, clauses 1 and 2.
Yes, and so there are 2 amendments
there is an
in there.
amendment to clause 2 you have made under this act.
Yes, so it's in two instances, Mr. President, you have it as it relates to authorized economic operator, and then on page 29, the penultimate sentence of that section relating to trusted trader, also to have included made under this act.
So the question is then that Part 1, clauses 1 and 2, with the relevant amendment, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 3 to 15.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 3 to 15, stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 3 to 15, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 16 and 17.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 16 and 17, stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 16 and 17, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 18 and 19.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 18 and 19, stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 18 and 19, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 20 to 24.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 20 through 24, stand part.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 20 through 24, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 25 and 26.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 25 and 26, stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 25 and 26, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 27 to 38.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 27 through 38, stand part.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 27 through 38, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 39 to 45.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 39 to 45, stand part.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 39 to 45, stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 46 to 54.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 9, clauses 46 through 54 stand part.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 46 to 54 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 55 and 56.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 55 and 56 stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 55 and 56 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clauses 57 to 70.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 11, clauses 57 through 70 stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clauses 57 to 70 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 12, clauses 71 to 82.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part
12.
12, clauses 71 through 82 stand part.
The question is that Part 12, clauses 71 to 82 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 13, clauses 83 to 95.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 13, clauses 83 to 95 stand part.
The question is that Part 13, clauses 83 to 95 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 14, clauses 96 to 101.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 14, clauses 96 to 101 stand part.
The question is that Part 14, clauses 96 to 101 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 15, clause 102.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 15, clause 102 stand part.
The question is that Part 15, Clause 102 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 16, clauses 103 to 106.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 16, clauses 103 to 106 stand part.
The question is that Part 16, clauses 103 to 106 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 17, clauses 107 to 111.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 17, clauses 107 to 111 stand part.
The question is that Part 17, clauses 107 to 111 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 18, clauses 112 to 114.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 18, clauses 112 to 114 stand part.
The question is that Part 18, clauses 112 to 114 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 19, clauses 115 to 120.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 19, clauses 115 through 120 stand part.
The question is that Part 19, clauses 115 to 120 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 20, clauses 121 and 122.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 20, clauses 121 and 122 stand part.
The question is that Part 20, clauses 121 and 122 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 21, clauses 123 to 129.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 21, clauses 123 through 129 stand part.
The question is that Part 21, clauses 123 to 129 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 22, clauses 130 to 138.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 22, clauses 130 through 138 stand part.
The question is that Part 22, clauses 130 to 138 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 23, clauses 139 to 146.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 23, clauses 139 through 146 stand part.
The question is that Part 23, clauses 139 to 146 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 24, clauses 147 to 200.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 24, clauses 147 through 200 stand part.
The question is that Part 24, clauses 147 through 200 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 25, clauses 201 to 204.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 25, clauses 201 to 204 stand part.
The question is that Part 25, clauses 201 to 204 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 26, clauses 205 to 229.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 26, clauses 205 through 229 stand part.
The question is that Part 26, clauses 205 to 229 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 27, clauses 230 to 246.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 27, clauses 230 through 246 stand part.
The question is that Part 27, clauses 230 to 246 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 28, clauses 247 to 249.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 28, clauses 247 to 249 stand part.
The question is that Part 28, clauses 247 to 249 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 29, clauses 250 to 259.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 29, clauses 250 to 259 stand part.
The question is that Part 29, clauses 250 to 259 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 30, clauses 260 to 273.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 30, clauses 260 to 273 stand part.
The question is that Part 30, clauses 260 to 273 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 31, clauses 274 to 289.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 31, clauses 274 to 289 stand part.
The question is that Part 31, clauses 274 to 289 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 32, clauses 290 to 302.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 32, clauses 290 to 302 stand part.
The question is that Part 32, clauses 290 to 302 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Your Honor, you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
With amendments?
With amendments.
that I do now report is, Honor the President, the passing of one bill with amendments in committee. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. Oh, boy.
The chairman has reported to me the passing with amendments of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move the bill, that this bill be read a second time.
Third.
A third time, Mr. President.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as a Customs Act 2021.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Customs Act 2021. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited. Senator, Most Honorable Dr. Walcott.
Miss. Can't find anything else on the order paper, and I want to thank honorable members for their keen participation and enthusiasm during the course of today. It has been a long day, but it has been a very useful day. And I want to also thank the clerk and staff of Parliament we've been here 12 hours roughly. And I want to beg to move that this sitting be now adjourned until Monday the 20th of December at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Sir, Mr. President, I would just want to rise to speak on the adjournment. Mr. President, I rise to bring to the attention of the Honorable Chamber that while being in this chamber, a number of honorable senators, including myself, have complained about the air quality in this building. And it is something that I myself have suffered from every single time that I have come into this building, and there seems to be something wrong with the air quality in here. And I know that we've moved from our substantive place in town because of these kinds of issues. And I'm just wondering if this is something that can be raised at Management Commission, because in an environment where we are trying our best to keep away from respiratory illness, Mr. President, I do not think it is wise that we have persons coming in to this honorable place and becoming sick because of the air quality and the environment. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to raise that as we adjourn.
Thank you for raising that, Senator Drake. So, matter has been raised with me with other senators. I've raised it with the clerk, who is working to see with the building owners and management what temporary relief can be obtained. And he's also working assiduously on the permanent solution to ensure that there are no further setbacks to get into our home base. But for sure, you were probably the fourth or so senator to have raised that concern, and it's definitely being worked on. I will continue to work with the clerk, who's working, like I said, with the building owners to get to the root of the matter, because our health is important, and today we did a 12-hour shift roughly, and it certainly means that we're more exposed to whatever is the cause of concern. So thank you for raising it, and rest assured that we will take it very seriously and take some action on it. And I want to join the host to thanking all of you for your commitment to being here. We certainly could not get through these matters all substantive without your commitment to the duty. And also thank you. Today is not our usual meeting day, and I know that for those senators who are not employed full-time with the government, for example, Monday is not a day that you typically set aside. And we want to thank you, especially the independent senators and the opposition senators, for making the extra effort. And I thank you in advance for the fact that we will convene again on a Monday to facilitate some items that should be dealt with by the House tomorrow. And let us get to the year end with a clean slate. So, the question is that this, the Senate be now adjourned until Monday, December the 20th at 11 a.m. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The Senate stands so adjourned.